Pitt and I are going to be.
I haven't got my idea.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So let's go in.
Start.
Yeah.
And I'll have it.
Did they just totally start?
There you go, you're going to have to change your intro. Hello everyone and welcome to the Yarraville Club for the final of the 2022 Pacific International Billiards. My name's David Pitt and I'm joined in commentary by the doyen of Australia's billiards commentators, Peter Tankard. Hello Peter, how are you?
G'day Dave, how are you? Don't know about doyen. Most people are turning the volume down about now, I think.
So we're at a very interesting stage of this match. Peter and I are at a slight disadvantage, both having been at work this morning, but we've seen some terrific billiards here. SOURAV KOTHARI in play, leading Rob Hall 788 to 223 in this 1500 up final. So a very strong lead to SOURAV. This morning he opened up with breaks of 161, 146 and 135, while Rob Hall's best was 93. So established a pretty commanding lead at this stage, and Rob will have to do something pretty special to get back into this match.
Yes, I got a text message from mate Dave McMahon in Sydney saying Rob Hall looks a bit disinterested, but the thing is Rob's demeanour always looks a bit disinterested. He's quite casual around the table, drags his cue behind him and seems to be looking up at the ceiling. It's hard to tell what's in Rob's head at any given time. SOURAV, on the other hand, does tend to wear his heart on his sleeve a bit, ranges around the back of the table, and you can tell when SOURAV's feeling it. Rob has managed to knock in some good breaks prior to this event, and in fact knocked out the great Peter Gilchrist yesterday. So Rob's knocked in 3 doubles, 244, 225 and 216, and SOURAV's knocked in 2 doubles, 297 and 207, and I must say in consecutive breaks against me.
Yes, well, Rob made one of those 200s against me, Peter, so
Right.
you're in,
So we're in fine company, Dave.
We're in good company. Even as we were speaking just then, very uncharacteristically, SOURAV missed a red off the spot, just coming in right at the beginning of the session, and left the red over the hole, and that's let Rob in. That's let Rob in now. So here he is with the drop cannon, and he'll need to start making some serious inroads into this if he's to make a match of it.
He made a great finish to the match against Peter Gilchrist last night, running out with 110. Only needed 108, but finished with 110 unfinished. And I'm told we were actually looking at the other match, the Dhruv Sidwala SOURAV KOTHARI match, but I'm told that Rob stun potted a long red from off the top cushion into a baulk pocket to open that up. So very brave opener. I think it'd be fair to say that you're looking at 2 strongest potters in the competition here. SOURAV won the Lance Panel Snooker, which was a preliminary, not preliminary, but an event immediately before this on these tables here at Yarraville. And the guy that gave him the most trouble throughout the tournament, in fact, he only beat him 3-2, was Rob Hall.
Interesting.
Yeah, he beat Joel Younger 4-0 in the final of the Lance Panel and looked quite dominant. So these are 2 very, very strong potters, but quite a difference stylistically. As I say, Rob just looks a bit disinterested sometimes. He's not. That's just his demeanour. Whether he's winning or losing, it's hard to tell what's happening in Rob's head.
Interesting scenario that we've got here with a lead of over 500 to SOURAV, and this actually points to one of the strengths of the points up format as opposed to the timed format that we so often play in billiards. If this is a timed match with say a couple of hours to go, you'd just about say that it was over because SOURAV with such a big lead would require something very special to come back. But in a points-up match, it's never over till it's over. So
that's right.
There's interest all the way to the end.
Yes.
Because the leader still has to get to his points, and until he's done that,
Yep.
The player who's behind is a theoretical chance to win, whereas in a time
Yep.
format, the player who's behind will eventually run out of time, and quite often
Yep.
the last half an hour or even an hour can just be a
Yep.
procession. So interesting that we're mixing it up with this format here, which
Well-
we've tried the last 2 times
Yeah.
for the Pacific International.
I mean, historically, the Pacific International has been a point score event, and the Australian National Billiards, where only the Aussies are allowed to play, it has been a timed format. But in this event, we actually used a time format in the round robins, because it's those early matches which are less predictable for organisers and schedulers, where you've got some comparatively weaker players, like us. It can take, if there are 2 weaker players, it can take forever to get to a point score target. So they kick us off the tables fairly quickly after 90 minutes.
Oh, a shocking hash of that.
Yep.
I think he was trying to get his white back to balk and the red over on the side cushion, but he's just given...
Left 2
SOURAV
half balls.
Yeah, he's given SOURAV a gift here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is drop cannon.
Interestingly, for many years, the Australian Open, as it was known, now the Pacific International, was played in the... SOURAV's made a complete hash of that.
Yes.
They both made complete hashes of drop cannons in the last 5 minutes. One, SOURAV by going too narrow and Rob by going too wide. Fortunately, SOURAV's got a recovery here. It's a difficult run for her. She's played
Well
beautifully.
played, well played.
Beautifully played, and good recovery that. But yes, for many years, the Australian Open was played in the, I would say now discredited 150 up format.
Well, discredited
What-
in Australia, but still a popular format throughout Asia. They're still playing SEA Games, Asian Games, and other events in Asia in the 150 up format. I mean, it was introduced to create a little bit of drama, like a snooker match. You know, maximum snooker is 147, and the thinking was that if you've got a close finish line, that this will create drama and high excitement in the billiards world. Well, the reverse happened. With the finish line so close, everybody got ultra cautious, and safety started to predominate. So that flowing open aspect of billiards is lost in the 150 up format.
It achieved completely the opposite of the intended effect.
Exactly.
It was supposed to be short, sharp and exciting, and it just tended to be long,
It
slow
bogged down, yeah.
and boring. Got completely bogged down, unless they were willing to make some fairly radical rule changes. SOURAV
some of
just
those were
made a hash of
attempted.
that. Again, failed to get the white out of hook.
I mean, they did attempt those rule changes. We ran the trial rule for a while, where you were allowed to shoot at the ball in baulk, because that then prevented just the very elementary single or double baulk as being a defensive strategy. So, I mean, billiards has been prepared to change the rules over the years, but the changes have always been designed to make the game more interesting and more open. There's really never been a change designed to allow repetitive style of play.
Both players have started off very scratchily in this session.
Well, that'll suit Rob, won't it?
A
He
little
doesn't
session
mind
of
a slow
scratchy
start.
play might give him a chance to just get in a
Get
couple
in,
of
yeah.
times. And this is it's a good shot, but
Doesn't
leave an awful lot.
Doesn't leave a natural.
Pretty skinny long Jenny there, or he's going to play a cannon. He's such a good curist though, Rob. I played him and I was just in awe
Yeah.
a couple of days ago at
Yes.
how well he strikes the ball. He's
Yeah.
such a soft hitter of the ball, really probably second only
Yep.
to Dhruv Sitwala in this field, in the way he caresses the balls
Yes.
around the table. He's really a remarkable player. World number 2. He's risen up
Yep.
the rankings over the last
He
couple
has.
of years and is
He
now
has.
firmly ensconced at number 2. So,
Yeah. I mean, the rankings at the moment are a bit all over the shop, to be fair, though, aren't they? Because the world has opened up not all at once, but in different parts at different times following the pandemic. So here in Australia, we're all well down the rankings, and we probably deserve to be, in fairness, but in previous years we'd played enough tournaments here locally to get at least some recognition.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt the English players have the advantage because they've been back full
Yeah.
bore.
And India's never really had great organisers of WBL events. Indeed, in the years that I've been playing, there's never been a WBL event
well, that's for different reasons.
in India.
But,
Yeah.
so in terms of world rankings, it's to be an Englishman is the thing to be at the moment. But
Yes.
anyway, here
Although
we
we
have
are
two world-class players.
Yes.
You know,
We are trying to convince Rob Hall, or as I like to call him, Aussie Bob, now that he's married an Australian girl, to renounce his British citizenship and don the green and gold.
When you say he's married an Australian girl, Peter,
Yes.
it's not just any old Australian girl.
Not
it's
just
the
any
reigning
old
world
Austra-
women's billiards champion.
That's
and
right.
I'm talking about Anna Lynch, of course.
Exactly.
Lovely Anna, who's just so thrilled to bits to be living in the UK now. And,
She is.
And playing a lot of billiards over there. She's competed in, she's won every women's event she's been in bar one, and she's been
Bar
competing
one.
well in the men's events too, winning
Yes.
matches and qualifying. In fact, she's now moved up to number 40 in the world rankings, which is fantastic.
And that's the open rankings, professionals and amateurs, men and women. So that's
These guys, we are not playing well, Peter.
no. This is the table that Rob played on last night. So SOURAV was playing on the one beside it. So you'd think, unless conditions have changed, and here, I've got to say, here in this Yarraville room, the conditions can change. Oh, is it? I'm sorry. We're on the one behind, so neither of these players have played this table before. I'm corrected by the doyen of billiards producers, Dan Lynch, who's taken a liking to the game, I think. He's always glued to the TV screens that he sets up, and while we're chattering away, he's counting the hazards and looking out for the balk line crossings, and he's become quite eagle-eyed as a billiards observer.
Yeah, Peter, it's great to be back working with Dan. We haven't we've been deprived of top-class billiards in Australia because of the pandemic, and you and I haven't worked with Dan since 2019.
Indeed.
With the World Championship at
Indeed.
the ROCV, where we had so much fun with all those great players.
Yes.
And Dan just doing an absolutely amazing job. Putting in essentially 12-hour days for about 8 days in a row. But those videos from that event are still being watched by
I know.
by hundreds.
Well, not hundreds, thousands.
Thousands.
In introductory explanatory video that we produced, we're up to 140,000 views of that, and that's a great thing. Produced by the ABSC.
Yes, that was a very good effort. That video that they put together, how to play billiards. Sorry, it's not how to play
English
billiards.
billiards is
How
played.
English billiards is played. That's what I meant to say, and I just
Yep.
messed it up. How billiards is played. SOURAV has been potting like a demon for the whole time he's been here in
Yeah, he
Australia.
has.
Wouldn't surprise to see him, just
Drill it.
this long red.
Yeah, he's
stick
thinking
fat.
about it again.
He's having a good think about it. This is, taking this shot on is a sign of tremendous faith in your own cueing. Even the top snooker players would have a couple of looks at this one before they do it. Just rattle it in the jaws.
Yeah. What's he left? Is the cannon off the cushion on?
We're about to find out, Peter, but I suspect yes.
No double kiss on the red?
No, it's just sufficiently off the cushion. I think that he can just hit it a little bit thin, and he's just overcooked it, I think.
He slid by.
Yeah, just a little bit of right-hand side, which helped to avoid the double kiss, but I think he just caught it a little bit thick and
And
carried
the
him
cushions
past
are
us,
still sliding. when we say sliding, if the cushions have been recovered, the angles end up being a little bit wider than you might normally expect. This is a shot in Melbourne that they call the Miff. Steve Miff said they reckon never fails to get the red ball back to the right spot.
He's got a bit lucky here, SOURAV. I think he's
left a half
off
ball.
here, yeah. And, you know, I think he was trying to bring that red back down to the top of the table. But they've turned out all right for him.
Mm. Sizing up the pot red now to come down and make a cannon to push the white closer to the D.
SOURAV, of course, runner-up in that 2019 World Billiards at the RACV Club, and
Yes.
he was the defending champion there from the previous year when it
In
was played
Leeds.
in Leeds.
Yep.
Were you there, Peter?
I was, and then I had to catch a plane halfway through the semi-final with David Corsier.
The famous
And when I
semi-final, yes.
When I left, Corsier had him on toast.
Yep.
And we've said many times that David's the greatest front runner in the world. He gets his tail up and nobody catches him. Well, SOURAV caught him that day. So when I looked up the results later and I saw that SOURAV had won, I was absolutely astonished.
He came from well over 500 behind, wasn't he?
Really? Yeah. It was about that when I
About
left.
that
and I thought,
margin, yeah.
I thought, no, it's all over. And it was a time match. So he was fighting two opponents, David and the clock.
Yeah, he's a great player. Great
Yeah.
player.
Well, I think I said to you at the beginning of the tournament, you said, who do you fancy? I said, SOURAV in a canter. Well, it hasn't been a canter. Drew ran him ragged last night, and I've not seen SOURAV be so shaky. And afterwards, he was, at the end of the match, there was a big shout and a fist pump, and it was like he'd just finished a marathon. But yeah, Drew played very, very well. A lot of cunning safety between the two of them. They're friends and travelling companions, but
Okay, good pot there from SOURAV, just coming out to get
in and out of
nice-
balk here.
No,
just into balk.
Yeah, he's got a bit lucky. I think this table's running quite slowly, and I think that one might have just stayed out of balk for him. It's interesting how the cloths vary. The cloth they're playing on here
Yep.
is a superfine cloth from Strawn of Stroud, and it's got the 30-ounce 6/8 double one cloth on the cushions. That's a nice soft stun that he's played there into the middle, bringing out the white. Sorry, into the corner, bringing out the white for a drop cannon. But when we first started playing on these superfine cloths about 3 years ago, they were like skating rinks. But I don't know whether the cloth has changed or the conditions have changed. But it seems now that they're running at a more expected pace. What were your impressions of that, Peter?
Well, in Sydney, we've really only got a handful of tables that are covered in superfine. So for us, the big difference is how wide the ball is throwing and how reactive it is for anything above slow to medium pace. Missed the drop cannon. Now, maybe this one isn't throwing as wide as the other cloths are.
Yeah,
I was going to say earlier about the variability in the room here. It's essentially got a tin roof and no insulation, so the weather can have a big effect on the tables. You might recall 3 years ago, Dave, when Matt Bolton was playing Rob Hall in the final of this event, that they had to iron the tables. They took several breaks while the tables were double ironed just to get the moisture out of them. Here we go.
Gee, that's
Massey,
ambitious.
that's
Massey cannon is tremendously ambitious. He's very lucky there, SOURAV, to get out of this because.
Well, what else is there?
I don't know. Skinny,
cannon?
thin, off in the middle.
You're making it up.
It's a shot Don Richter would play.
Yeah. off
And
the
he's
cushion.
Cannon, he's had
Yeah.
a full crack at it, yeah.
It was a big crack
think it
too,
was
wasn't it?
more
It was
of
not,
a-
not exactly controlled.
I think that was more of a let's just give him a slap and
Yeah,
see what
I
happens.
think so.
I know that shot.
Yeah.
Round the back. It's an amazing game, billiards.
It is an amazing game. If you get the feel for the table, you can seemingly occupy it forever. And if the table's not playing to your expectations,
Well, a couple of misses there, and this is a good opportunity for Rob. He's got
Yep.
a straight red in the
Pot-
side. He just
followed
has to
by in off
pace it.
yellow.
Yeah, pace it to leave the in off the yellow.
So thinking 4 shots ahead, red pot, in off yellow, leave the yellow for a drop cannon.
Yep.
And then regather the balls at the top, so 4 shots to top.
Easy to say, not necessarily easy to do, especially when
Sure.
you're nearly 600 behind.
It's good to have a plan though. When
it
the
is,
plan
yeah.
comes off, you've got
Oh
to have
well,
a plan.
oh no, it's okay.
Short.
It's
Well,
okay.
that's okay.
That's fine.
In off in the middle, push it to drop cannon position. But this is the kind of start that he needs. And a few easy openers, get a bit of confidence, and then start to make it happen. So play down to just miss the red, all the way down and back. And that's almost perfect.
Looks pretty perfect from here, Peter.
Sure, but I'm not behind the cue. Risk of a cover avoided. Let's go Aussie Bob.
Look as though he just stunned that a little.
I mean,
That's my imagination.
he's sitting the 369 line, so all is well.
Off that short. Maybe
That's
that
short,
Was,
that's
maybe
short.
that was deliberate. I doubt
Maybe.
it.
I doubt it as well.
Although by leaving it short, he's got the opportunity to just chip the white a little bit back towards the spot. But
Yeah.
you would think he was trying to
cross
push that
the
over
red.
the middle, yeah.
Normally you try and cross the red to the corner pocket there, but that's worked out okay. When I say okay, it's just okay. You can get underneath it. Not ideal. So big check side cushion cannon. Can he get there? Can he get there? Maybe not.
Lovely change of camera angles there, Dan,
Thank you,
to give
Dan,
us a
yeah.
shot, a better glimpse of what faces Rob there. I don't think he can. Yeah, he's
Well,
looking
he's
at a
lifting
mass.
up for a mass, eh?
Yeah, just the ball's too far out into the.
He wants
centre
it
of
to
the
be on.
table, yeah.
You can see that he's keeps getting down for the shot as if it's on. That doesn't make it on, of course, but well, what's it? He's got nothing else really. Safety.
No, he played safe at 6. Peter Gilchrist would have played a.
Peter would have
Cushion
created
first.
something from there.
I think
Yep.
Peter would have just gone into the side cushion and come back
Yep.
to cannon in the opposite direction. But,
or even come up from the
yeah,
from the
yeah.
top cushion.
very disciplined billiards there by Rob to just accept that the shot wasn't on, and instead of
Yeah.
trying something that was too difficult. Oh, you just want to catch a jaw there.
Caught the jaw, but it's not easy. This might fall into the category of lobbing out a bait to see whether Rob responds. I don't think he's done it intentionally,
No, I
but
think he's just trying to
it
push
is
that
looking like a
past the
bait.
middle pocket. So it's a difficult potty, but I think Rob will just have a smash cannon like that. Oh, he overcooked it.
well, they're missing both ways. They're missing wide and missing narrow, so they're neither of them confident about the angles this cloth is taking.
So interesting here. This wide cannon might be on, otherwise he might cut the wide. Yeah, got that. What's turned up?
Bugger all.
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Are we allowed to say bugger all? I think we are.
This is a PG-rated channel, isn't it, Dan?
I think they're saying that on Play School nowadays.
You've already been taken off the air once before, Peter. You're planning on making it a double.
I have.
So the aggressive shot here would be to screwing off the red into the left-hand balk pocket as we look at it. But that's, you know, the sort of shot you play when you're nearly 600 in front. But SOURAV again, a lot of discipline. He's just played that. Yeah, that's safest. There's a couple of speculative cannons here, but.
Well, Rob has to move a ball here, and he doesn't really want to move either of them.
Yeah.
But the kind of tempter is the cushion cannon off SOURAV's yellow. That'll actually help SOURAV and put him back out in the middle of the table.
He's trying to double it back here, okay. You know, no damage done really.
Is that a forcing half ball into the left ball pocket as we
Hard
look
to
at?
tell. Looks a bit wide from here, so maybe he can get that. Right player. He did. Oh, Peter,
Played it and made it.
Well picked. Yeah.
Pulled up all right too.
Yeah.
So now his interim goal is to bring the white back close to the balk line so he can attack the red. Billiards just doesn't work playing the opponent's ball, so he can't spend too many shots just mucking around here. So he's trying to get as close as he can to the line without going in. I think he's played a good shot there. Now it's a screw cannon.
Always have the option there too of potting the white and double walking, but this cannon holds no dramas, and it's not a great place to leave the white.
Did you watch the stream last night? There was some incredibly thin, short jennies played by Peter Gilchrist, where he ripped it in from seemingly impossible positions.
No, I wasn't able to watch the stream last night, Peter. I was at a very exciting billiards event watching George Spiteri and others playing in the grand final of the church billiards comp down here in Melbourne at the North Brighton Club. And believe me, the contrast between the play there and the play during the week at Yarraville was quite marked. Not on George's behalf, of course. George played quite well with a nice 40-odd break, but and his team won the premiership. So well done, George.
Which team was that?
That was the North Brighton Club Legends. I think that George.
You say the
plays
North
for.
Brighton Club. I thought they'd all be called St this or St that.
No.
That's the Church Billiards.
The Church Billiards Comp is just an historical name, an interesting competition founded in the 1920s or 30s, and initially played by a group of Church of England churches, all of which had a billiards room associated with the church.
See,
over the years,
that was when it was worth having a religion.
That's right. But over the years, churches found better things to do with their halls than to have billiard tables in them. And there is still one.
What possibly could there be?
Yeah, there is still one of those original church clubs left in the competition, which is St Mary's Church in Camberwell, now known as the Camberwell Q Sports Centre.
The Camberwell Demons.
The Camberwell Demons, yeah. But the other clubs, including the North Brighton club in that comp, are more secular outfits. I think
But I love the idea of that you'd have church billiards.
Yeah. So
and bless you for playing.
Yes, the honorary patron of the church billiards is a clergyman from one of the churches still today, yes.
And a 50 breaker?
I don't know where he stands. I haven't seen him play. I can't remember his name either.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's fabulous. So we've got Tammy Lindrum in the room with her husband John, and that'll work. She's recently moved to Melbourne from the Gold Coast. I thought everybody was heading the other way, but Tammy's actually moved to Melbourne.
I've had a few chats with Tammy while she's been down here, and one of the things that she and John both say they love about Melbourne is the weather. They came just before Christmas, and we had beautiful weather down here all through the summer, not too hot, and then quite a pleasant. Oh, that's
Oh, he's missed it. That's unbelievable.
That's so
Yeah,
rare.
he rolls
It's
his
just
wrist
slipping
up.
through. Yeah, yeah. I think
Saying,
he had a bit of
how
running
the hell
side
did I
on
miss
that, and nothing
Must
happened.
have been check side.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
I think nothing happened. Either he didn't get it on or it just ran through a bit. That was
Yeah.
extraordinary. You could watch this standard of player play for a week and never see them miss a drop cannon. We've seen both of them miss. Both of them miss here. Extraordinary. Robert's got a dilemma. He's got a simple cannon from red to white, but doesn't leave anything. More difficult cannon from white to red, which will gather them back down at this end of the table. But
Playing the right shot.
yeah.
Yep. Brings them back together. Doesn't want it in.
No,
That's
he
all right.
just
Oh, doesn't want it there either.
No.
I don't
got
think he
the
can get
red.
in off that.
No, but he can probably. Oh, well done.
Oh,
Good
well
shot.
done.
Yeah,
That's a
just
great shot.
hit it firmly to the rattle the white out of the jaws. Hasn't left himself a lot.
Yeah, sliding check side.
That's a good shot.
Yep. Touch the Corsiers here, the way he's chasing them around the table.
It looks a bit ugly. He's got a straightforward pot there, but the yellow's just meant he can't bridge cleanly, can't cue cleanly at the red.
580 in the difference. It's extraordinary, isn't it? I say Peter Gilchrist and Drew would be sitting around saying, how did these guys beat us? But, as I say, this room is quite changeable. And genius one day doesn't mean genius the following day.
So
No.
just getting back to Tammy Lindrum, Peter. Tammy, of course, is Walter Lindrum's great niece, and
Yes.
she's actually inherited Walter's house in Albert
Well,
Park,
well,
which
I'm-
has remained largely intact since he died in 1960. Lived in those years since then by Walter's niece Dolly, who
Yes.
died 2 or 3 years ago. And,
Well, I understand that there's still that's still a bit contentious, Dave. There's still
not the house, no.
Not the house?
The house is Tammy's.
Oh, wow.
And she's actually intending to live there. They're renovating
Well,
the house at the
it
moment.
is a gorgeous
Yeah,
house.
and I've been there recently and seen what their plans are. I've seen all the floorboards ripped up. The house was full of termites and all sorts of damage like that. But if we're lucky, we might be able to get Tammy on a little bit later to talk about her life in Melbourne. So here we go. The visits are just swapping back and forth.
Yes. I
between
mean,
them
you've got to
as
feel
it's
sorry
got
for Tammy because, I mean, she's downgrading all the time. She starts in the greatest city in the world in Sydney and then downgrades to the Gold Coast, and now she downgraded again. It's unbelievable, really.
Peter, that's just pathetic. There we go. There we go again. We're seeing Rob just go wide. You know, they're going wide and they're going narrow.
Yeah.
Now there's a bit of a chit chat about perhaps the air conditioning. Our producer Dan Lynch is just trying to
Listening
listen in here and find out what they're talking about.
So the referee here is Garvin Gray of Queensland.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so debate about the air conditioning, which can affect the speed and throw of the cloth.
Yeah.
That might seem silly to a lot of people, but it can make a real difference.
Yeah, the air conditioning in this room can be problematic. There's actually 5 or 6 separate units around the room, and they sometimes they work in harmony, but sometimes they can sort of fight against each other. So you get.
Do you think he wanted the 6 shot
I
there?
do definitely. I do definitely think he wanted that. Yeah. Because it was the second pot off the spot. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yes.
if
Yes.
he wasn't,
I'm sorry.
if he
you're
missed it, the red went
The
up
red
to the
went up
centre
the
spot,
middle.
which was no good. Oh, that's a good courageous shot. He's just clipped that on the outside. Not many players play that shot these days. Most of them will just be content to hit the red full.
You know, it hasn't
Matthew-
worked out though.
No, it hasn't. But he's got a straightforward run through. Yeah, he's played that well enough.
Mm.
Yes, it's always risky playing that to just clip the red on the way up. It leads to a better result most times. Here we are with another drop down. Narrow, wide, or perfect. What's your bet, Peter?
I think it'll be perfect. I think he's getting the pace of the table. White might end up a bit too high up.
I'm going narrow, and I was right.
Oh, you didn't call it in time. No good prognosticating after it's happened. I'm not buying that.
Yeah, well, he had
Oh,
running
I'm
side
going
on
narrow.
that, but the ball just ran through it.
It's very unfair, Dave. You get me to make a prediction,
Yeah, well,
and then you wait until it happens and you tell me I'm wrong. Okay. Another little cannon here to leave a red pot. So just knock the yellow out into the middle of the table so it's accessible from in hand.
it's not the greatest position for the yellow, quite frankly, because...
No, it risks the pair of pants, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So he actually stunned up to play the gathering cannon, but he hasn't come up high enough.
This is actually now a problem because
Yes.
if he's got to play a stun cannon, or if he tries to force off the red, there's a chance of the red hitting the yellow and
Yes.
one or both balls ending up in baulk. So it's actually quite smelly. With this shot that he's playing, he's leaving the yellow behind, and he's relying on a good contact on the red. He's played that well to bring it
Yeah.
right down there, but that kisses.
So he must have played that with check side, am I right in saying that, to force the yellow down that far?
Well, it depends who you're commentating with, Peter. If you're commentating with me, I would tell you that, yes, he used transmitted side on the yellow ball to bring it down towards the top of the table. If you're commentating with Jason Colbert, who doesn't believe in transmitted side, then he would tell you that's not what happened at all.
Yes.
So it depends. See,
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's why I asked tentatively, because, people have one religion or another.
Yes, yeah.
But actually, there's a very good video on transmitted side from Dr. Dave, who's a PhD from the University of Colorado. He proves there's transmitted side. Now, I've been arguing against transmitted side all my life,
Have you?
but
You've converted?
I've converted.
Oh, okay.
I've converted.
Well, that's pleased to hear that, because
Yeah, it's real.
and always has been. And you,
Right.
there were those who
Yes.
just wanted not to believe,
Yes.
using spurious physics to justify their
Well,
cause,
back
and not
in
the evidence of their eyes.
Yes, back in the 1930s, the great billiards journalist Riso Levy had an argument with the champion of the day, our own Walter Lindrum, about transmitted side, and Riso employed the new technology of slow motion photography to prove to Walter that there wasn't transmitted side. The latest slow motion photography reveals that there is.
Yeah.
And Walter's reply was, I care not a jot for what you think, because I know I couldn't play billiards unless I believed in transmitted
Yeah,
side.
that's right. Yes, the email said he used it on nearly every shot.
Yes.
It's become so obvious too when you watch the three cushion masters.
Yes.
Not
yes.
so much the three cushion, but in the carom, the baulk line billiards,
game, yeah.
which they play very delicately in close quarters. They use transmitted side all the time to control the path of the first object ball.
Yes.
Rob's back in here with some hazard play. He's left that short.
Well, this is how you get your eye in. This is, you've got to play the hazards and be confident about the angles it's throwing before you work your way to top. And obviously he hasn't been all day. If he's sitting on 318, he can't have made a lot of shots. So a long session of hazard play would be good for Rob.
So he's just hit that hard enough.
Yep.
Definitely appears to be running on the slow side this time.
Yeah.
You would have expected that to come up to the middle.
I would think.
Narrow, wide, or what? Perfect.
No,
Yeah.
I'm going to say perfect, Dave.
Yeah, that's good.
But I'm going to say that he accidentally pots the red in doing so. That's what I'm going to say, Dave.
Good call, Pete. I like.
No, I'm getting
I love
pretty
your
good at
powers
this.
of prediction.
I'm getting pretty good at this.
Yeah, it's just again, it's a bit smelly.
Little screw cannon. That's a
Yes,
good result.
that's a good shot. You know, just to control the yellow off the cushion like
So would he play the run through yellow here, get it towards the spot, or a bit wider than that?
Yep.
Leaves
Nice
the
shot.
drop cannon. Good shot. So he's got it above the spot. You can just tap it and leave it in good shape. So this is looking a bit better. Maybe those hazards are added to the confidence. Okay, he's got the yellow behind the spot. He's got a red pot. He might be in business at top. Let's see. That's okay. Bit long range, but it's okay. Lovely control, really lovely control with the rest.
Could just be a little bit straight here.
Hard to tell, isn't it?
Thanks to
Well, got a bit of angle, got a bit of angle.
Yes.
So just drop down softly onto the yellow, direct cannon. Stun up to the line. No, come all the way up.
This is
So
where
recovery cannon to follow.
this is where he wants to be. This is, of course,
Yep.
where all the top players make all their big bickies. Yeah, he's a beautiful player at the top.
Yes, he is. But they all are, aren't they, in the top 10?
Interesting point, actually, Peter. I would hazard to suggest that the last top player who wasn't a top of the table expert was probably Herbert Beetham or Alf Nolan, going back 40, 50 years. Leslie Driffield, perhaps. Yeah.
You're a lot older than I am, Dave.
About at least 12 months. Yeah.
You remember those guys?
I saw Herbert
I think
Beetham
you grew
play,
up with
actually.
Herbert and Leslie, didn't you?
I saw Herbert Beetham play. I saw
You
Alf
said?
Nolan play.
Yeah.
Herbert Beetham was the world amateur champion in 1960, beating Australia's Jim Long, but he had a very long and distinguished career in billiards. He first won the English Championship in the 1930s, and he was still in the semis of it in the 1970s. So very long career, extremely dapper gentleman. Looked like the maitre d' of a Claridge's or some top hotel.
Okay.
Every
And
time
Leslie
he stepped-
Driffield was the opposite, wasn't he? He looked like Albert Einstein with the wild white hair, and he played Albie Johnson, the great Sydney player, for the World Championship. Albert was a 1,000 breaker, but could not perform in competition on his home table in Sydney. Back in the day, all the university players used to go out and see Albie play. And they said he'd knock in 1,000 like shelling peas at home. But when he got into competition, he had no nerve. So that happens.
Where was that match played? Do you remember, Pete?
I don't.
Match between...
I thought it was in Sydney
It was in
because
Sydney,
Albert
yes,
didn't like to leave home.
Yeah.
We'd probably describe him as agoraphobic these days. He was quite reclusive. The 80 at the balk line crossing, that's perfect. It's going to check off these last two cushions and sit up like a good one.
Ideal.
Yep. Well, we're approaching his largest contribution so far. I think he said he was 95. he's picked up his speed a bit too. He's normally quite a quick player. So let's hope he's feeling a bit brighter. So what does he play here? Stun off the face of the yellow?
It's not ideal, yeah.
Yes, tried
Oh,
that.
yes, that's a nice shot. Couldn't afford to hit it too much harder in case
No,
the
in case
red
he-
got away, but
Yep. Bounce red. Okay, that's okay. So if you are watching online, please tell us where you're from, and if there's something that we're not telling you that you'd like to know, please advise, and we will try and repair our errors. It's a bit early for England just yet. It's all the middle of the night. So just pushed it back down into drop cannon position. So Dave, does he push the red over the opposite corner pocket here, or does he just gather them at top?
I'd say he'd push the red across. And yeah, that's far from ideal. He's got them there. He may be able to go off the red. Looks pretty skinny.
Yeah.
And there is a cannon, of course.
There's a cannon, but
it's a smash, it's just sending the red all flying around.
Separates them.
Very difficult to control. So interesting to see. It looks like he's playing the cannon. He's played that well.
He really has, because
just
it
a soft
wasn't
screw
inviting.
to put the red over the middle.
So 113, that's his biggest contribution to date. Let's hope that he's back in the hunt here. So we've got somebody called ATKS2206. I think I know who that is. The mighty Edwin Tay.
Uh-huh. Edwin not down here,
Edwin not down here.
Peter?
No, not
He's
down
been a
here.
regular at most of the billiard events
Well,
in recent years.
I don't think he's been to this event before because, of course, as a Malaysian, this is the only one he can play. Can't play the Australian National, so he doesn't usually come down to this. But if there's an international event, Edwin just keeps improving all the time.
Couldn't be that he's got an unsympathetic boss or something like that.
Well,
could it?
I don't know what it is, but I wish his boss would prevent him from practicing so much. That's all I can tell you.
So he's continuing to improve, has he, Peter?
He's continuing to improve, yeah.
That's a good shot.
We had a plan a few years ago in Sydney to try and nobble Adwin, and that was to get him a job, get him a girlfriend, get him a mortgage. But we've only been successful in one of those so far.
The job.
And that hasn't slowed him down enough.
Yes, no.
It's usually the girlfriend that slows you down the most, I think,
Yeah.
or the wife.
Hard work, this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's been down at the top 2 or 3 times, but never really for an extended period. And they just keep running a little bit awkward. And going away. And that's not a problem for the top players because they're so adept at getting straight back to, oh, that's a horrible finish.
We're also greetings to Ricky Lowe, who describes himself as from Malaysia via Melbourne. Look at a little vertical PK shot here.
Nicely.
Yeah, got out of the way quickly, didn't he? Lovely shot.
Yeah, Ricky's been playing well. He's got all of those
Yes.
three things that you mentioned. He's got a.
He has.
In fact, he's got the quadrilla because he's also got a young child, but hasn't stopped him playing some great billiards in
Yeah.
the.
He's a very talented
in the
player.
last year or so for the Bentley Club. Had a beautiful 118 against us
Did he?
in Pennant earlier this year. Yeah,
Yeah.
all
Doesn't
top of
surprise.
the table. Really,
Yeah.
really nice player, Ricky.
Yeah. Great touch.
Lovely guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy. His Malaysian mates complain that he's been thoroughly anglicised by living in Melbourne to the point that he won't eat Malaysian food unless it's honey chicken and prawns. So Anglo food. This is a lovely shot.
Yeah,
Look
lovely
at that
shot.
control.
Yes, perfect.
Look at the yellow, look at the red. That is, ladies and gentlemen, he's back. 143. This is exactly what he needed to do. Confidence is back, the control's back.
And yet, there's two problems here. The first one is that he didn't get
He's
up
such a
high
good
enough
potter, he can.
on
and off the
ridge.
screw, on and
Just
off
stunned
the
us
cushion.
back. Yeah, that's a
Stunned
nice shot.
back.
And the other one is he needs to get that yellow off the top cushion. None of these players play top of the postman's knock anymore. It's all floating wide.
Well, we
So,
did see some, well, he's just knocked it down, a la Postman's knock, but we did see some couple runs of Postman's knock from both SOURAV and Druv last night.
Ah, okay.
Druv was quite happy to leave it there.
Mm.
I must say, not not permanently. It's very hard to leave it there permanently if you've got to do the balk line crossing. But
Yeah,
certainly for 60 or 80 points, he had that
Yeah.
Postman's knock.
Yeah, certainly that I think that's been the biggest change. The balk line rule has really knocked postman's knock on the head, so to speak. Whereas, 20, 30 years ago, everybody was playing postman's knock. Not everybody, but a lot of the very top players would play it. But these days with the balk line crossing rule, you really can't afford to have it because you don't have the margin of error that you do with floating wide.
Yes.
When you send the cue ball all around the table.
Yeah, well, I mean, the cue ball's travelling like 30 feet. You've got to pull it up in a very small amount of space.
Anyway, he has no choice here.
That's right, it's there until he moves
It's there
it.
until he moves it. And once again, Stratty might play this nice little stun, just stun back an inch or two. Yep.
Yep.
Good shot, that. Worth studying for students of the game.
In fact, he
The
might
idea
be a bit
being that
close.
by being close, you create an angle that isn't otherwise there.
Yeah, effectively using the diameter of the ball, aren't you?
You're right, Pete. He's just a bit close, so
He's going to move that white now. The yellow, sorry.
he may be able to run through this, but at the risk of a smother and so forth. By playing it thin, he can obviate that risk.
Oh, kept the postman's knock, but he's virtually the same shot back the other way, isn't it?
No, it's too skinny. Yeah, I think he's got to play enough.
Peter Gilchrist would play the two-cushion cannon over onto the left side rail.
Yeah, in an exhibition maybe, Peter.
No, he plays them in matches.
Yeah.
He's a shot maker. In fact, I think he played one in the World Championship. Not the final, but
This is This is no snack. He's very close to the red, which makes judging the
Yeah.
angle difficult. And he made a dash, I don't know what to say. So 177, lovely break there from Rob. Exactly what he needed. And he's now got the margin down to just a tick over 400.
It was over 600 when we started, so
So,
progress.
very indeed. Another one of those, and he's back in the match. SOURAV, of course, has other ideas. He's left them pretty safe. Any suggestions? Cannon off the side wall, safety. He can take on the pot in the middle, which he's certainly well within his
He's capable.
capabilities, but it's risky because you have to play it slowly, and if you miss, you've just left the other player straight in. So
Looks like he's doing it.
yep, just doesn't like the angle. It's more to do with where his own cue ball is going to finish rather than any difficulty with the pot, I think. So I think his choices here are to play it slowly to finish on the half ball line, or firmly to come off the cushion. Neither of them is particularly palatable.
Yeah. Rob's had ongoing troubles with his eyesight in the last 18 months or so. Safety. Had a detached retina at one stage.
Yeah,
And,
so he was out of action for quite some time. So great credit to his eye surgeons and specialists. And
Well, he was telling me what they did. They and this will. So I'm going to explain it. So apologies to the squeamish, but they actually what a great shot. What a great shot.
Yeah, what a great shot that
Some
was
people
indeed.
describe that one as a ricochet cannon, where he's using top spin, a whiff of check side to curl the ball on the cloth, but hard to predict the exact reaction. But it does tell you that his tail's up a bit.
Yeah, it was a good shot.
So yes, Rob was saying that what they do is actually inject gas into your eye to expand your eye so that it comes back into contact with the retina in the back of your eye, and then they leave it in there until the retina readheres. Yeah, it readheres to the eyeball. I mean, just talking about it makes me squeamish. And then you're 2 weeks off while the gas dissipates and is reabsorbed into your bloodstream. So you can't move for like 2 weeks. It's a nightmare.
I think it was about 2 years ago that he had all that. But yeah,
Yeah, there've
certainly
been
post
ongoing issues. Yeah,
2019.
it was.
Yeah.
It was. Oh, that's a bit strong. Got his cue there as if he's allowed to block it, but he can't. Yes, that's just caught the yellow a bit full there. Wanted a thinner connection.
Yeah, he's
Well, he's
looking at the path of the yellow. You would say he hit it, just a slightly thick half ball. So he's just
going
an
to...
error of contact or an error of. That's a good shot. Just missed.
Not yet. Makes it.
He'd love to be able to go off the little soft screw off this, I think.
Does it fit?
Maybe
It does.
Yeah, good shot.
Gee, that's good control.
He's having to work hard here.
Yep, he's still alive. So taking the opportunity presented by the cannon to move the yellow ball into a more playable position.
Yeah, good contact on the red.
Very good.
Just kept the white out in open play.
So we've got a couple of questions here. What is this game called? Never seen anything like it. It's actually called English Billiards, but most of us in the community just refer to it as billiards, but it is actually English Billiards. It's always a bit of a confusing word, billiards. It's a catch-all term for all table games. So when we say billiards, it confuses everybody else in the world, but it's English Billiards. So it's kind of one of the very earliest forms of the game, not as old as the French carom versions of the game, but the innovation was that we made the tables, when I say we, the English people, made the tables bigger and added pockets to it. And all of these early games started off where there were a limited number of target balls and each player had a cue ball. So carom's like this and English Billiards is like this. And later developments in the game, like pool, the name comes from there being a pool of balls that both players could access, both players could hit. Snooker has its own history, and they say that that's named after what they called the recruits at the Wolverhampton Military Institute. The newbies were called snookers, and since the game was invented by Neville Chamberlain, not the one you're thinking of, who was a major in the English army in Jabalpur, he named it after the Wolverhampton recruits, so it's called snooker.
Good shot, that.
Great shot. Lost it though.
Not 100% sure of that. I think it's
Pull
just
up,
gonna
pull up,
stay
pull up,
out.
pull up,
Yeah.
pull up, pull up. Oh! Is that in or out? I can't tell.
No, it's going to be out because he's having a look at the light, I think.
connection?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't tell from here. You can't see the ball line.
Yeah, actually it's a couple of inches out, so I'd call that a little bit lucky, really. That could have gone in 4 lengths of the table.
Interestingly, the biggest innovation in billiard games came at the end of the 18th century, Peter. Originally,
Vulcanised cushions.
well before that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was just to run you through the big change was the introduction of the red ball. Originally,
Right.
the game was only played with 2 balls,
Right.
and each player had their own ball, and you could score by either of 2 methods. If you potted your opponent's ball, you scored a point or points. That was called a winning hazard.
Yes.
If your ball went in, you lost points from your score.
Oh, really?
And that was called a losing hazard. So the
Okay.
game consisted of the 2 players pushing the 2 balls back and forth around the table, trying to pot their opponent and to avoid going in off. And anyway, after some period of doing that, and I would have thought 5 minutes would have been long
Yeah,
enough.
that's right. I was about to say, pretty soon get...
Some genius decided to stir in the red,
Yeah.
and then it introduced, billiards as it's more or less as it's known today. The next 3 major advances that took place in the early part of the 19th century were the invention of chalk, which came from the French game.
Twisting chalk.
Twisting chalk, as it
Yeah,
was
that's
called.
right.
And then in fairly rapid succession, the introduction of slate beds. They used to play on wooden beds, and rub-up cushions they used to play on, sort of stuffed
Yes.
felt cushions, which were
Yes.
more or less just to stop the balls falling onto the floor.
Well, prior to that, of course, they used to get, and I don't know, I don't see any of them here in this room now, but they used to get servants to hold up the edges of the cloth so that the balls didn't roll off the side of the table. But we're short of a few servants here, obviously,
yeah,
David.
clearly, yeah. So basically, since about 1830, the technical advances haven't really come at any much greater rate than that.
Yeah. Except the balls, perhaps.
Balls have changed a lot
Yeah.
because back in those days they were playing. That was just
Ooh, that was just a bit of a rush, wasn't it?
just a bit sloppy. That was.
So, but again, 78 without reply, so the margin keeps coming down. Now we're a tad over 300, 339.
Yes, now the ball technology changes have been remarkable. Originally
Yes.
they were playing with ivory balls, and hence why the games were played with so few balls, because ivory was very difficult and expensive to get. It was only with the move to composition balls in the late 19th century that it became practical to be able to play games like pool and snooker, where you had
Lots of balls.
lots of balls. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, over the last period, there's been about 4 generations of synthetic balls, ending up with these Belgian Aramuth balls, the
Yes.
Pro Cup balls that we play with today, which is essentially, these are snooker balls. They're very lively. They're
Yeah.
very, very good for snooker.
Yeah.
They're very good for billiards too, but they're perhaps not completely ideal.
Well,
It wouldn't
depends who
be
you
practical
talk to.
or desirable to have, different balls for billiards and snooker.
Sure.
I don't think so.
No. And there's only one company making the indoor sets these days. So we had generations of Bonzoline, Vitalite, Crystallate, Super Crystallate, and now
Two
these.
generations of Aramuth balls, yeah.
Yeah.
The previous generation and these ones, yeah. They're top quality balls. The
Oh, they're
quality
fantastic.
control
Incredible.
is incredible.
Yeah.
And the other incredible thing about them is that the Salic factory in Belgium pumps out 1 million balls a week. which is,
Really? Really?
beyond
Well,
belief.
these balls weigh within half a gram of each other. The standard in snooker is 3 grams. It's not actually a given weight. It's just that they have to weigh within each other, a tolerance within each other. And that's because if the cue ball is too heavy, then it's going to throw narrower angles, and if it's too light, it'll throw wider angles. And you can see here that these players rely on a consistent throw of the natural angle. So David, you personally, I think, weighed each of these ball sets when they were first introduced, didn't you? I know you did for the World Championships.
Oh, I did that for the World Championship. I haven't done that here.
Right.
No, these sets are the BBSA sets, and
They will have all been checked.
yeah.
I mean, they're checked ex the factory, but I don't think we'd call this a comeback just yet, but certainly since the resumption of play at half time, it's been all Rob Hall. Very good drop cannon position here. Ooh, lucky not to get a cover there. So gentle cannon to promote the red and leave the white behind. Larry Forgan has, who's head of referees here, has brought us in the box to give us the exact weights of the balls. So yes, they have been measured, and should I bore everybody by telling you what the weights are? Yeah, let me
Why
bore
break
you.
the habit of a lifetime, Peter?
Exactly right. So I can tell you the red weighs 141.26. The yellow is the heaviest of the balls at 141.50, and the white is the lightest of the balls at 141.04. Now, that's going to make no difference to these guys, but if it did, that would suggest that the yellow ball is going to run through a little more and the white ball is going to throw a little wider.
So this set is actually just within tolerance. The tolerance is 0.5 gram, and
Yeah.
they're within that. Interestingly, it seems that it's always the case in these sets that the yellow is the heaviest, the red is the middle,
Is
and
that
the
right?
white is the lightest. I've measured 20 sets or something when we had the World Championship, and that pattern was repeated all the way through.
Really?
Yeah, which actually made it quite difficult. I was only able to make one set.
Substitution, yeah.
One set of balls that was exactly matched to within 1/10 of a gram, and all the other sets were, well within tolerance. We were able to make, some excellent sets within, 20 grams, say. Only one set, which we used at the final, of course.
When you say 20 grams, you mean 0.2 of a gram?
0.2 of a gram, yeah,
Yeah.
thanks.
20 hundredths of a gram.
20 hundredths, yeah.
That can't possibly make any difference, really, can it?
Well, you better check that with Phil Tarrant, because I remember playing Phil at
That's going to be
Kooyong
hard
in
since he
the-
died
yeah,
a couple of decades ago, but
yeah. Not that long ago.
how long ago?
Well, I'd say about 6 years, 6 or 8 years.
Was it only that long? Oh,
That's
time
hard.
gets away from
Yeah.
me.
Anyway, Phil came out to Kooyong when we had the the Australian Championship there, in 1990, and we had new sets of balls there, and Phil played his first match, and he said to me, that white ball is 2 grams lighter than the others. And I went and measured the sets, and he was exactly right.
Really?
Yeah. So he
Really?
knew. Yeah.
69.
Phil Tarrant, for those of you who don't know, was one of billiards' great eccentrics, which is putting it kindly. Originally from Victoria, he won a couple of Australian championships, and then moved to New South Wales, became a professional snooker player for a while, came back to the amateur game, won 2 more Australian championships while he was in New South Wales. Played in a few world championships, but had some novel theories about billiards and other things.
He was also an accomplished tennis player, wasn't he?
He was.
He was
He was a
tennis
professional
pro.
tennis player. That's
Yeah.
right. When he came to Kooyong, quite a few of the old tennis crowd said, "Oh, Phil, great to see you, blah, blah, blah.
Really?
What are you up to?" And
Yeah.
he said, "I'm down here trying to win the Australian Billiards." And they couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He nearly did win it too. He got into the final and lost by about 30 points or something in a 6-hour
Bob
final.
Marshall?
No, to David Collins,
Ah,
winning his first Australian. Quite a narky final, actually.
was it?
Very narky, yeah. Phil was quite narky towards David, and David just narked
Responded in
just
kind.
narked right back at him, yeah.
88.
Balk line crossing. Looks pretty good. Very good.
93. Line cross.
Yes, that's the shot that they use by preference, the good players. And why
96.
postman's knock has gone out of style.
28.
So 98.
101.
Another century now to SOURAV. That's his 4th of the final. The first 3 in the first session were quite big ones, around the 140, 150 mark. And this one, the second century of the second part of the final after Rob Hall's 177 earlier.
6.
And this,
14.
nice control there from SOURAV just to come across this side of the table. Hasn't quite got the angle he would have wanted, so he's forced to play a recovery here. Oh, and he's missed. He's missed a reasonably straight screw back on 117. So a nice break. Takes him over the 1,000 mark in this 1,500 up final. So he's 2/3 of the way there, and with a strong lead of 450 against Rob Hall. It's still Rob that has all the work to do, and it's still a long way to go. And as we were saying before, it's not over till it's over. They have to go the whole way. So Rob Hall is never out of this match. Be a little bit straight here on this one. Might get another angle from our producer here. Yes. He did that quite well. So more or less jumped into the white ball to create an angle there. Off a nearly straight ball, that was a good shot. Just made a nice angle now to finish okay on the red, not perfect. Perfectly okay.
14. 16.
Again, a bit straight on the red. Just getting so far away on that previous shot meant that he didn't quite have the control to, on that previous shot, but he's made absolutely excellent recovery with two slightly difficult shots there to get them back into perfect position. So 24 to go for Robin. This is his preferred position. He can use his beautiful touch. He really does hit the ball beautifully, and all these players at the top level have wonderful touch. But it seems to me, though, that Rob is one who really does caress the balls a little bit more than the others. I think it'd be safe to say that he's quite exceptional in that category. Who else would you put in that category,
Well,
Peter?
of course, Mike Russell. He can make a contact and not move the second object ball. That's the greatest touch I think I've ever seen. And I include all the snooker players in there because we're talking about how softly you can hit the ball. So, and I think Mike and Rob both have a similar style in that they can hit the ball very softly, but they still have a long follow through. And some of the other players seem a little bit shorter on the follow through. But watch how softly he hits this. But the cue goes a long way through.
Interesting. Of course, of the players here, I think Drew Sitwala is one that definitely has a lovely soft touch.
Yes.
He just caresses them around the table.
Yeah. So there's that same shot again, Dave, where he's creating the angle by staying close. Tough shot. So now, since the first time we've been commentating, the gap is below 400, I think. Oh no, was less than that. I apologise.
59.
So postman's knock. He won't leave it there for very long.
62.
Just be trying to bump this. In a shot or two, he'll be trying to
4.
Bump it
bump
up.
that up off the cushion, particularly as he gets
As
closer,
he gets closer to the baulk line
closer to
crossing,
the baulk
yeah,
line crossing.
absolutely.
Under the baulk line rule,
Yeah,
the white ball has to cross the baulk line going towards baulk between 80 and 100 points. 80 and 99.
oh no, this is interesting. He may even elect to double pump it. No, he won't.
It's not, it's
Not,
too
a,
early.
not too early,
Not
sorry.
too early,
yes.
yeah.
Not yet.
Oh, he's
That's
overcooked that, if I'm the judge. Short Jenny, no problems for a player of this class, but
it's a long, short Jenny. I mean, there's a
yeah,
bit of territory between the ball and the side pocket.
but a relatively open pocket. It shouldn't present any
Mm.
difficulties for him. He's a beautiful player of this shot. And he shot
Yes.
it beautifully. Didn't even touch the sides. Just
No, I
took
didn't.
that last
I didn't.
curl. The last dropped in on the last curl. Lovely shot.
So inspects the white to see where it is relative to the cushion. Greetings to our mate Jason, who's just logged in from Singapore. Normally Jason would be here and indeed taking charge of everything, but he's been on a mission. He's now managing the Ronnie O'Sullivan Snooker Academy, ROSA as it's called, in Singapore. And he had a visit from the boss this week, so Ronnie's been up in Singapore doing exhibitions, and of course Jason had to be there, but he's
Okay, so a moment of difficulty here for Rob. He's handled that beautifully. He
Yeah.
Going into baulk and out again to cross the baulk line didn't quite work for him. Left himself in a slightly tricky position, but he played a beautiful slow pot.
okay. There's the knock
from
up
near
on
the cushion, and that was a very well handled at a slightly difficult sequence.
Okay, running out of shots here. He
No.
hasn't crossed yet,
Yes,
has
no, he just crossed.
Oh, did he? I'm
while
sorry.
you're talking about Jason.
he? Right. Apologies.
All right.
6.
So yeah, another 100 for Rob's second 100 of the
Session.
session and second of the match.
Yes.
So far the big breaks have been 177 by Rob in this session, and now 101 and plenty to come. And then 3 centuries in the mid hundreds from SOURAV in the first session, and another 100 not long ago. So at one stage SOURAV's lead was over 600. Rob's picked that back now to 350, and we're starting to make a match of this. I spent an interesting couple of hours earlier this afternoon, Peter. I was down at the Alcox factory with a photographer from the Ryman Retirement Village group, who are probably customers of yours. And they've got one of their retirement homes is the Dame Nellie Melba Retirement Village in Dingley.
That's ironic, isn't it? Because Dame Nellie Melba retired so many times.
She did, yeah, indeed, yeah. Anyway, the reason for the visit was that the Dame Nellie Melba Retirement Village just recently acquired Nellie Melba's own billiard table.
Billiard table, really?
Which this is just a cushion first pot. You may have to just swerve it a little bit. Just got to play this nice and slowly, yeah, that works.
Did he get up enough?
Probably would have liked that to have gone a little further. It's a good angle,
Half
it's
a
just the
roll.
distance
Yep.
that's up the issue. Anyway, I nearly Melbourne bought a table from Alcock's, an unusual table, an NB model, which is not dissimilar to the well-known NJ model, a square-legged table, quite a contrast in design to the more flamboyant Victorian and Edwardian designs. But this table is unusual in that it's made throughout of Queensland maple. Normally, Alcock tables have blackwood cushion rails and sometimes blackwood throughout, but sometimes other timbers in their construction. But this one is almost unique, according to Alcock's factory manager Tim Lowe, in being made of Queensland maple throughout. Some nice accessories with it. A combination cue rack and scoring board, also made from Queensland maple, matching, and the original D marker in Queensland maple, and quite amazingly the original snooker triangle, also in Queensland maple, which is 100 years old. The table's made almost exactly 100
Now
years
look
ago.
at this shot here. It's just
And yeah, just a pretty little shot there, nudging the white back up towards the spot. So quite an eye opener to see this. All these lovely pieces which are now being restored by Alcock's, and new cloth, new cushions. The table had only been recovered twice in 100 years. The cloth wasn't in the greatest condition, and Tim thought that it had the original rubbers on it, which probably about 70 years past their use-by date.
yes.
Also included in that set was a fantastic collection of Alcock Champion cues. 9 Alcock Champion cues, effectively a set, which the cue collectors would be
They
would
go
be
nuts
drooling
over
over.
that. They go nuts over that, don't they? And there's such a big community of cue collectors, even amongst guys that have never played, that just seem to, I mean, people will collect anything, won't they? Do you have a cue collection?
I've got a few cues, but I would not call it a collection.
No, I've got a few cues that I've played with, but I'm not.
I've got one cue that might be of interest to collectors, which is a Permac Olympic cue.
Oh yeah,
I
I've
know
seen
that,
those.
there's been some interest in those. It's got a big bend in it, but that doesn't matter too much to the collectors, because whether a cue is playable or not is just a bonus.
Yes, that's
to
right.
them. If it's playable, they go, yeah, that's good. But if it's not playable, they go, yeah, it's still a nice cue.
Hurry, just gets there, I think.
So
So sped up significantly now, which is a sign that he's feeling more relaxed. 170, about to make the biggest break of the match. Still tight at top.
just showing Peter another fascinating.
So this is the balk line crossing.
It's handled as well.
That's going to come up.
So this is all good news for Rob Hall. He's now got the 2 highest breaks of the session and of the match, and he's navigated.
Definitely back in. Definitely back in.
Yep, and he's navigated that balk line crossing unusually with the with the white in
Stuck to the rail.
in postman's knock position.
Yep. But he's come up perfect.
I think he has. I don't think he was entirely happy with that. He may have got a little kick on that screw back there, but the ball looks to be in pretty good position for me.
86.
Delicate little shot here. Don't drop.
Oh, beautiful touch.
Yes.
Beautiful touch. Beautiful touch.
23. Six.
Mm.
28.
I see Rob's developed the little finger tap of the ring finger. He's wearing a wedding ring now. So he's developed the little ring finger tap that Peter Gilchrist has.
Mm.
They've been hanging out too much.
4.
Playing with a lot more
6.
freedom now.
Yeah,
Well,
very fluid
Can
now.
happen when you've got 200 to go.
Yep.
But he's really restored confidence in his touch, and
So this is the first double of the final.
12.
as you say, Peter's certainly picked up his pace.
Yep.
He's flowing well now.
17.
From behind now, recovery cannon. Just knocked it up to be level with the red spot. So now he comes up high and plays a cannon back, yellow to red.
Probably knocked that just a
quick.
bit too far.
Could be.
He'd prefer that to be
Yes.
one or two balls widths closer to the top cushion.
Yeah. If
Even
it
it-
gets above the
Yeah.
that line, it's very difficult to keep them together.
Mm.
So the kind of horizontal line across the table through the red spot is about the limit of how far up you can go with that ball.
22.
No, he's handled that beautifully.
Yep. That
Good
looks to be a
seam.
very good angle.
Yeah, he's not happy with it though. He's having a good look at it.
Ooh. So for those trying to learn top of the table, see if you can figure out in advance how he's going to get that yellow ball back closer to behind the spot. Okay.
That's the classic method for converting from top of the table to nurseries
Yes.
that he's just used there. But of course, nurseries aren't in the game anymore. So he's just broken that up and
Yes.
still more or less left the yellow in the same position.
Mm.
He may try to repeat that sequence.
Things change slowly in the billiards world, but there has been a change. Back in the day of Walter and Joe Davis, they used to break down top of the table into nursery cannons and then make long runs of nursery cannons until they were forced to play another shot like a red pot. But these days, if the players have the balls in nursery cannon position, it's only one or two shots before they're broken down into top of the table.
Unless you're Matthew Bolton.
Unless you're Matthew Bolton. Matty likes to play a few, and
Yeah.
Peter Gilchrist does as well.
Yes. Matt made an incredible run of
I saw
about
those, yeah.
30 odd cannons
Without moving
without
the balls.
moving the balls.
Without moving the balls.
On
That
this
was
table,
fantastic. Yes, it
about
was.
3 years ago. It's on,
Yeah, you had
it's
them
on
in-
video in the final of the.
Yeah. And the balls were
Australian
out in the
National.
open, weren't they? They
Yeah.
weren't against a cushion, and he just grazed off them for must have been
It's quite remarkable.
a dozen
Yeah,
or 20
yeah,
shots,
yeah.
and neither of the object balls moved.
It was remarkable.
It was remarkable. Remarkable.
Sad that he's not here, Peter.
It is sad that he's not here, Dave. He's the greatest player that we've had, certainly post-war, and arguably before that as an amateur. As an amateur, yeah. Well, obviously, I mean, we had Walter Lindrum, you know. if you've got God on your team, then saints don't count, do they? But we were talking at the World Championship about how these pedigrees in billiards actually matter. So Matthew is a descendant of that Walter Lindrum line through coaching that he had from Bob Marshall, who was in turn coached by Walter Lindrum. So this game's too hard to learn on your own and too boring to learn from books. Yeah, we're up to 252, and the high break for the tournament is not too far off this. Let's see if we can get that for you again. 312, Peter Gilchrist. 297, SOURAV KOTHARI. Rob Hall, 244. So he's exceeded his best so far. But he still has to knock off...
look at that beautiful recovery.
Isn't
He's
that
paced the
fantastic?
right perfectly to be right in the centre of the table.
He still has to
And,
knock off SOURAV and Peter.
Yeah.
And I think Peter and Rob are travelling together, so Peter won't thank him for snatching the high break prize.
It's been a beautiful break, this.
Yep.
2 or 3 times he's just had a little bit of difficulty, but
Yep.
recovered extremely well each time. But apart from that, it's all been plain sailing. Remarkable contrast to the first half an hour or so of this session. Where
Oh, wasn't he scratching
both
around?
players were quite scratchy, yeah. So, pretty well in full flow here now, 266 to go. Whittle down the lead to under 200, so game
Yep.
on.
Game on. So what's SOURAV thinking sitting in his chair?
It's interesting. Different players have different tactics for what they do in the chair. Some will watch the game. Others will assiduously not watch the game.
Yes.
I know Steve Mifsud, for instance, has told me that when he's sitting in the chair, he just looks at something. Quite often
Yes.
the pocket net. He just sits there and looks at the pocket net.
Yeah.
Not
Geet Sethi's the
at
same.
At the,
He looks
at the
away,
bookend. Yeah,
intentionally looks away.
Yeah,
He seems to be
yeah,
meditating,
yeah.
probably is.
Pretty good plan that, because one of the worst things you can do is sit there, riding the
Steering.
balls and steering about, your opponent's good luck or his flukes or anything like that. And if you're not
Yeah.
watching, then you don't get to see, any of those things. All that you can do is just come and play the balls as they are when you come to the table. But it's very easy to get sucked into. That's a beautiful shot.
Isn't that
That
elegant?
was an exquisite shot.
Yes.
He had to do 2 things there. He had to hit the yellow hard enough to bring it back to the centre of the table, but he had to hit the red thin enough to just leave it where it was, and he
Yes.
really played that
Yes.
extremely well. Yeah.
So the alternative view from that, and I've asked a number of players, what do you think about sitting in the chair, is that they're trying to glean how the table is playing, how the balls are moving, what the pace is. So some players choose to watch.
Okay, third time around on the balk line crossing, and again, I don't know that this has worked. No, it's
There it
okay.
goes.
This one's fine.
It has.
Yeah,
Could have caught the jaw, but it didn't.
yeah.
One player I interviewed says that he meditated on Ganesha, the elephant-headed Indian god. Seemed to work for him.
Okay. This isn't quite right. He didn't go around far enough off that shot, so he's going to have to play recovery. Try and bring them both in front of him. He's got to screw in off the white here, or some sort of a...
Looks to be playing that because the red's still in shape.
Yeah, that's a good shot. He did that hard to bring it out of balk, but he's played it well. So a bit of open play here, or what Lindrum used to call mixed billiards. And Yeah, the yellow's just got in
Is
the way
that,
there.
is that
Mm.
yellow's on the line, so he's got to move the
Mm.
yellow first.
Yep.
So does he move that into drop cannon position or into middle pocket?
Yeah, just the middle of the
Yeah.
table. Just the middle of the table. I think he may be able to play a...
He can put it back to
Righto.
not too far from where it
He's
was.
playing another loser off the white. That's confidence for you.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. Again, the table's just a bit slow. That hasn't quite gone as far as he would have liked. It's manageable, but
Well, he
another,
can move the
another-
red back into the middle a
another
little.
inch or two would have been perfect. So this is
So a bit
shot
of check
that
side on this?
Yeah, this is a shot that they're having a lot of difficulty with at the beginning of the session. Oh, that's gone
that's
ugly.
ugly.
That's ugly. Kiss cannon maybe. Otherwise across to the side.
Yeah,
Oh, no, he's confident in the
he thinks
kiss
he can
cannon,
make the kiss cannon,
Yeah. Yeah, he's played that nicely.
hasn't he?
Not out of the woods. Probably got a skinny and off the red there. The problem is he has to hit it hard to bring the red up off the cushion. So instead of that, he's coming back
preferring
around
the
for that
screw.
cannon, yeah.
Could get a double collision here. No, draws saving. Getting messy.
Yeah.
Little screw check side cannon here. Enough.
Not with that. I hope he's not going to play it with that bridge. Soft screw with a 3.5 foot bridge.
Well, he's hitting
Playing
top
for the
swings, playing the
forcer,
forcer.
Oh, not even a forcer, really, just,
No, just-
a wide.
Just wide.
Oh, no, he's back in business now. He's back to the
Yeah,
top.
two
end.
balls available in the middle. So direct method
Yeah,
here. First shot, yellow behind the spot.
308, 311 to go, and cooking with gas. Not a great break this is, and now
Yes, very timely. So yellow behind the spot, and then a red pot, either now or in a minute.
yeah. Okay, so
Okay, so he snatches the high break prize from his travelling companion Peter Gilchrist.
16.
Previously 312, new high break 316. Could not come at a better time
absolutely.
than late in the final. So it looks like he's taking a little break now, having the balls cleaned, and that's a good idea. I mean, it's the level of concentration that is required to hold these three balls in tight is very demanding. So just walk away for a minute. We see this in snooker as well. Ronnie will get halfway through a 147 and then have a drink of water. So puts the cue extension on. Not long enough?
Too long, I think.
Too long, yeah. No, not long enough. Plan A.
So, straightforward cannon this, but he just wants to make sure he bounces the red off the top cushion into a pot of position. He's played that perfectly, and importantly, he hasn't pushed the yellow too close to the top cushion,
No.
so he's got a nice little gap there to come into it from behind.
So this is three ball control, the hardest aspect of billiards, where any three of the balls in the wrong position means death to the break. So come from underneath here, red on and off the side cushion. Okay, David, make a prediction. Is he going to pass SOURAV in this break?
36.
Hasn't looked like losing position for a while.
Well, Peter, in the words of a famous British soccer commentator, I never make predictions and I never will. He's certainly in great shape. 120 away, 340 to go. The next difficulty will arise at with the next balk line crossing.
44. 6.
This looks so easy, doesn't it?
He's certainly become a big break machine in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, he has.
Rob, he's improved his highest break to over 500, and making plenty of big 300s and some 400s as well. So big
This-
breaks are well within his capability, and he's got a flying start with 349 to go.
This is obviously a very uncomfortable angle. A little too straight. He can't generate the right position after this. So,
Okay, he hasn't got far enough there.
well, it could be another one of these
Yeah,
little screwy things across the face of the red.
Yep. Interesting
And
to
bring
see
the
how he
yellow
goes.
backwards and forwards or across the rail.
I think he can only push them up, break them up,
Yep.
and come back.
Okay. He really focused on getting the yellow into
Yeah.
a position there, didn't he?
He really had a very small margin of error on
Yes.
that pot red. He had to essentially land hard
Yes.
up on the cushion
Yep.
to have the correct angle, and didn't
But
quite
it's
get
all,
there. It's
all
plain
looking
sailing,
good
yeah.
again now. He's
That's right. So he's now got the lead below 100. Fantastic effort this, considering he's well over 600 behind before. In fact, this has turned out to be one of the great finals that we've seen anywhere in world billiards. Not often in billiards these days where the matches are shorter. Time matches of typically 4 maybe
Don't
5
drop.
hours.
Doesn't
Not sure
matter.
that it matters.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
He's still got a good angle.
Yep.
And matches of these lengths, lead of 600, a big 100 up to a big lead up to 1500.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the last 3 matches, both semi-finals and this final, have been tremendous matches. Often in billiards, especially in this time format, in this in both formats really, you find one player running away with it. But in fact, these have been great matches. The SOURAV and Drove match last night, the lead chopped and changed, and both players were edgy.
No, it doesn't matter. Forget it. No, this is what I want. Yeah.
76.
So lead down to 80 points now.
79. 81. 1 more than 80.
Rather an awkward spot for the yellow there. That's a little bit of work needed to recover from there, and to have to do that in the middle of a balk line crossing is less than ideal. But he's
come a bit skinny on that. So
interesting
I'll have to
choices
dribble this
here.
in check, I think.
It's pretty narrow. He might play the David Corsier clip here. Yep.
Yes. 2 cushions. Well,
This is a touch shot. This sounds
this is
incredible
going
to
to
say
work
that.
out okay,
That's brilliant.
Oh, that's
That is,
unbelievable.
what a great shot that is. That is really a touch shot. I know that seems ridiculous to say when he
When he's bashed the ball, yeah.
but the touch to bring that red 24 feet up and down, close to the cushion,
Yep.
lob it in that corner is
Yes.
tremendous. You know, he only really had about 6 inches of
Usable
room,
space,
of usable
yeah.
space. So to
Yeah.
hit the ball 24 feet and land it within 6 inches is quite remarkable. And that's the
Yeah.
object ball, not the cue ball. It'd be difficult enough to do with the cue ball.
Ooh.
Still plenty of work to do here, though.
So in off the red now, bring it around off 2 cushions.
Oh, he's missed 391.
391.
What a beautiful break.
Break of the tournament.
Absolutely. Break of the tournament. It just opened up the whole match now.
Absolutely. Now, just behind us at the end of that break, SOURAV actually came into our little commentary room and was standing behind us. And he did the same thing last night against Dhruv. And I said, why were you coming in? He said, because I couldn't stand to be out there. It was doing my head in.
Oh, right.
And he said, I felt like I was going to get too annoyed if I was doing it. He said, at least in here I can shout at it.
Right. Yeah. Oh, there was no shouting going. A tremendous break there from
yeah.
Rob Hall. 381, the highest break of the tournament. And
By a significant margin, isn't it?
and I think possibly the second highest break ever in this tournament. 2019, Peter Gilchrist had a 452 unfinished, which was the record break for the event. So tremendous effort.
Why is it that we have higher breaks in the Australian Nationals, an event which is going to follow this event on exactly the same tables? Not including these superstars, but including just the Australians. We had 2 500s in that, but we've never had a 500 in the international event.
Oh, well, the variety of reasons for that. Firstly, the international event was 150 up until 2019.
Yes.
So this is only the second time we've had it in a points format.
Yes,
right?
a long up for points format.
Long up points format. So,
Right.
far less opportunity. But the other reason is, the major reason is that here we're playing under the Balkline rule, but the Australian Championship isn't played under the Balkline rule.
Yes. You're exactly right.
So those two factors combined mean that...
I guess there's a third factor that the Australian players get a bit warmed up after a week of play here.
There's a bit of that, but...
No, you're right. Okay, it's mainly the walk-line rule. Because last year we had, not last year, COVID interrupts everything, but last time we played the Australian Nationals here, we had Steve Mifsud knock in a 575 and then Matt Bolton steal it from him with a 583?
584.
584, yeah.
Remarkable effort by Steve. He also made a 300 in that
Yes.
in that same match, I think against Todd Hayward.
Todd Hayward.
And quite
afterwards-
remarkable making a 300 and a 500 in one session. Steve had an absolutely stellar year that year. He beat his own record break 4 times. His previous best had been about 409, and he made 3 breaks over 450 and that and that 500. And in fact, in making that 500, my understanding is that he became only the third player
living Australian.
third player to have made a 500 in the Australian Championship. The other
really?
two both being from Western Australia, Bob Marshall and Matthew Bolton. So the Longs and the Clearys and the Gannams and the Lucases and the Manichis and Tarrants and Collins, none of them ever made a 500 break.
But also, I think the
in
third
the
living
Australian. Yep.
third living Australian to have a 500 break. The other two being Matthew and Robin. I think that's right.
No. Danik Lucas has made 2 500 breaks.
Right, okay, yes. Yes. What a lovely player Danik is.
Beautiful player to watch.
Mm.
Just had.
So SOURAV putting a balkline crossing in the bank. If only you could.
Didn't want that. It's not
Not
terrible,
disastrous.
but even though the balls are close together here, it's not ideal at all.
No, he's going to separate them, isn't he?
He's going to be knocking the white to the side, possibly towards the side cushion, and And he's putting all his eggs in the red basket here. He's actually played that very nicely to leave a shot off the white. He's got a couple
You'd
of
play the
choices
white
here.
now, wouldn't you, to move it? Because there's not a lot of places you can get in off that white, and he's in one of them now.
Depends. It
He doesn't
depends.
see
If you
it
can
that
take
way.
this red up to the middle to pot it inside and come down, then that's absolutely fine.
Yep.
Um,
There's always choices in billiards.
yeah.
Yes, Steve was cruel to our mate Todd Hayward in that match. In fact, I remember talking to Todd afterwards, and he said, "Look, I might have been playing well, but we will never know because Steve just occupied the table." But Todd did beat Steve in the Oceania a couple of years ago, and reported at the time that it was the first time in 29 years that he'd beaten Steve Mifsud. Now, you've got to love a sport where you're playing the same guy for 29 years. And ironically, we still call Todd Hayward Young Todd,
Yeah.
because relatively he is.
Anyone?
What's he playing here, David?
Just a slow.
Okay.
Oh.
Very
Okay, nothing pretty came from that, so
it's not
cushion
at all.
cannon.
So I suspect what may have happened there is that he played that quite slowly, looking for a thin contact. And
Yes.
in fact, looking for a sort of half ball contact, but I think it just may have fallen down with the nap a little and ended up with a thin contact. Actually, he's lucked out of this because he's gotten in off it. It's not a snack, but oh yeah, it wasn't a snack at all. Caught it thick, may even have got a double kiss. Did you?
He did get a double kiss, yeah.
It just-
Okay, exactly 100 in front now.
Mm.
So, for those of you who are into video production, Dan has done a very clever thing here. Instead of linking the scoreboard to the cameras, he's actually got two little cameras on the score printout from the electronic scoreboard. So you'll see from time to time the players cross in front of those cameras that are on the scoreboard, and so they obscure our view of the score. And that's because it's not an electronic feed, it's actually cameras on the scoreboard.
Very smart.
Yeah.
Here we are again, thin enough for Rob. He's played that nicely. Had to hit that firmly to bring the yellow
Yes.
back into play. It was a good shot, that. So as this match progresses and gets into a pretty exciting phase, our number of viewers has crept up from below 100 to heading towards 200 now. I hope you're all enjoying the coverage. These excellent
I'm sure they are,
pictures
except for the commentary.
from excellent pictures from CueballTV and a bit of waffle from the commentators.
Mm.
Next one.
So on and off the
Right-hand
cushion
side,
for the
lovely
red.
shot that, yeah.
Look
Just
at that, gorgeous.
used side there to throw the white wider, get the yellow down behind the spot and leave a good angle for the pot.
So didn't bother playing for a recovery cannon position or a correcting cannon position. Red to yellow, thinks he's got the ball in the box already, so doesn't need to move it too much.
Just slid in.
Touched, yeah, that
Just
that
slid in.
touched
They
the
often
top
miss
cushion.
if they hit the top cushion,
Yeah,
top jaw here.
so
That's-
underneath now.
What's that?
making sure to get the red far enough back to narrow up the angle. Now he's got the correcting cannon back. Right hand side required to roll over the top of the red.
You'd have to say at this point, right now, Peter, that it's advantage Rob Hall.
Yeah, no
All
doubt
the
about it.
momentum is with him. He's in again,
Yep.
you know, in perfect position, and SOURAV is more or less treading water.
Yep.
Well, he's sitting down. You can't even tread water while you're sitting down.
Yeah. That's the frustration of the game, isn't it? It's a real character builder where in billiards, even pool and snooker, you're only sitting down for a minute or two, but here you can be parked on your seat for 20, 25 minutes and you've got to stand up after that and produce. Just smoothing the nap on the cushion there.
I think he was
Don't
a
think he
little
had
bit
to.
surprised by the
By the throw.
bounce that he
Yeah.
got off that cushion on that putt.
So in off the red and bring the red up into reverse drop cannon position. I say reverse because typically it's the opponent's ball which is away from the spot. Usually the players try and cross this red over here. But Rob's,
It's just...
oh, that's hit the yellow 3 times.
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
But barely moved it.
That's left this a bit smelly, I'd say. Dan
It
will
is
just
a
give
little.
us a side angle here, and yeah, oh,
wasn't-
that's a good
wasn't
shot. That's a
perfect.
good shot.
Bounce.
That's a good shot.
Yep.
He had the confidence to play that firmly to bounce the red out of the cushion.
Yeah, and
And it's
quickly. He
worked
didn't
out,
muck around, did he?
Yeah, that's a very fine billiard shot, that.
So, people who are new to the game are probably seeing a pattern here of in-offs and bringing the opponent's ball up to create angles.
Played that perfectly.
In this case, the red ball, he's bringing that up to create angles. Comes around and checks whether the yellow is touching the cushion and where it is relative to the red spot. Or officially, the billiard spot. Pot played on and off the cushion so it can be hit with a little bit more authority rather than just trying to trickle it in. Stun pot to create the angle.
59.
All looks so easy. So about to cross 1,000. Okay, they're both in 4 figures. What a comeback. What a comeback. When we walked in the door here, David, after the first session, a couple of people said to me, it's all over.
67.
Far from it.
69.
Very far from it. Yeah, very straight here on there. That's not a problem. He'll
Yes.
just pot this
369.
slowly and play the 9 shot. Maybe thinking about whether he can play a cannon from the white to the red, but
Yellow to the red?
Yellow to the red, yes. There he goes.
No,
Just a
don't think
little
so.
stun run through just to try and
Oh,
create
maybe.
a wider angle. I think that's what he was trying to do
Maybe.
there. We'll see what happens. Just stay with this one, Dan.
So he sized up the in off the red with a little check side, asking for it to be respotted. in off the red. The much safer choice. 20 points in it.
One of the difficulties he's got here now is he's got 75 to go. He's playing open billiards, and before too long he's going to have to be thinking about a balk line crossing. Now, these players, well established at crossing the balk line from top of the table play, but they're less used to doing so from open play. It's just got a bit nasty. Cushion first, possibly here. But if you play this cushion first, the leave is entirely problematical.
Yes.
He's worked out all right, I think. This is looking distinctly smelly. Quite sure how close to the cushion his white ball is here. Oh, there it is. He can cue at it quite well. He might be playing safe here.
He is.
Yeah, so
Neck and neck.
16 the diff. We've been going since 10 o'clock this morning, and nothing in it. SOURAV could have
11 o'clock, I think we started.
11, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a bit of an extended bout, and with that red where it is, there'll be an extended bout of rolling the opponent's ball in a straight line on and off the cushion. Although Rob doesn't like to play that.
Kind of a chance to have a crack at the cannon here, across the table, but I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Often these bouts end with one player in frustration having a lash. Clever.
Bit of check side on that one, just to make sure his ball came to the cushion. And
Yep.
he played that perfectly. It's a question of patience here.
It is.
Ooh, he doesn't want to leave that too close to the red for a pot. Same shot.
Same
check
shot.
side.
Yep.
Quite get it to the cushion this time, but
It hardly matters.
doesn't matter. It's not so good.
You don't see a lot of safety exchanges in billiards. That's more a snooker thing, but when you do get them, they can be pretty tiresome. Todd Hayward was suggesting a rule change to say that if an attempt at a scoring shot is not made 3 consecutive times, it's a respot. I think that's worth considering.
I think twice would be enough. But yeah, that's certainly far less safety than there was in the old days. In the old days, they revelled in safety play,
They
and
did,
the crowd
they
used
did,
to
they
applaud
did.
it.
Yeah.
And in those days, you were able
Could
to
run
give
a
a
coup
safety
as
miss.
well.
You could give a
Yeah.
safety miss. You couldn't give 2 consecutive safety misses. So there was an art in giving the first one to leave the balls in a scoring position. So Rob's had a lash there.
Yes.
And
You're also
they looked
like-
like they were going to turn up all right, but I'm
Yeah,
not
the
sure that this
collision
is
killed
all that flash. There's a skin in off the right here, maybe a cannon off the top cushion. Yeah, firmly. Just missed it. No damage done.
Ball 4.
And maybe there is. Maybe I'll attack this.
Pretty thin.
The strong right hand side of this. Goes that way. One of the problems here is it's quite difficult to play this safe. Off the white. Doesn't like that.
Yeah. I mean, generally you would try and leave the opponent's ball, if the red's on the rail, the opponent's ball on the same side of the table as the red, to limit his angle opportunities and just offer him a pot red down the rail, which nobody would want. So we just had an interesting comment, which I think is right, from Bassa 1942. That safety exchange is the difference between a club player and this level. And I think that's right, is that you don't see this kind of extended safety exchange very much at all at club level, and because maybe the consequences are not so dire at club level. You can have a lash and maybe your opponent's going to knock in 10 or 20, but for these guys, where they can knock in double centuries, any mistake is pretty material.
Okay, that's a good shot. He can pot the white here, but
But
you
then he
would
doesn't
not
like
want,
the following
you
shot.
would not want to pot the white here
Yeah.
at all. He doesn't want to play the red. There's no way he's going to touch the red, so he's got to come up with
Has he
something
left a cushion cannon, yellow ball
here.
cushion
Yeah,
red?
it's on, but it's, you know, a pretty wild
Yeah.
lash to have a go at it. And again, maybe you could view it as a free hit. And Matthew Bolton's philosophy there is, if you're playing a shot like that, just hit it hard so that your ball gets well away from the... That's an error, I think. I think that's left him a half-ball cannon.
I think it has. Come out too far.
Big issue there is to avoid potting the white. He's done that nicely. And to avoid potting the red, he's done that nicely. Couldn't have played that any better.
Yep.
That was a big win for SOURAV
Yes.
out of that exchange.
Yep. Does he still have any touch? He hasn't had much table time.
We know Peter from you know, some of his performances over the last 5 years in particular. What a great fighter SOURAV is. You know,
Oh,
and
yeah.
there's coming from behind. Coming from behind on many occasions. This is like coming from behind, to have lost a big lead and then to come back with extraordinarily. He's just gone for a thin in off there. It didn't look super thin, and
No, but I
he's
think
missed them altogether.
I think he was stretching, and
Yeah, one may have just been stretching a bit too far.
I mean, I think
having a think about
he was
this.
looking as if he was trying to blame the table. Shot wasn't long enough to run off that much.
It wasn't particularly slow either. You know, it wasn't
No,
as though
no,
he
no,
was
no, he
playing at a
didn't.
dead pace.
He didn't absolutely trickle it.
Yeah, that was
I think it was just a stretch.
extraordinary. Yeah, extraordinary.
So
Less than
screwing
that.
off here,
It's just a,
change of
he
mind.
can play the drop cannon from here.
He can.
It's less than ideal, the red being so close to the top cushion. He'd prefer that to be a bit further away, but for a player of his skill, that shouldn't be a problem. He just wants to give more or less a half-ball slow contact. Just like that, really.
Yep. If you are playing like that, then the only option is to gather the balls.
These could be a bit too straight. Let's see
Could
the
be.
other.
You can
the
get
side angle.
underneath with a ticky kind of shot.
Position first, yeah.
Yep.
That's okay. It's not perfect. In fact, it's far from perfect. Slow pot red, screwing off the yellow, or screw cannon from the red.
Slow pot red's courageous.
And it's not happening. So again, the problem with that shot is he's going to have to put the white here.
Yeah. So pot white double walk
Yep.
and start again. A bit like a reset button almost sometimes, the double walk. It's about keeping the advantage, isn't it?
Not sure about the double walk here. Maybe he's better off
Oh,
playing
yeah,
a single walk. I don't know. Yeah, that kisses around it, unless he gets another one.
Not a good one. Not a good one.
No, that's not a good result. It's a good result for SOURAV.
Yep. So, and here's the lesson for the B grade and C grade players that may be watching. SOURAV's first question when he comes to the table is, do I need to disturb this? And he's decided he doesn't need to disturb it. So he's going to give a safety miss. He gives up 2 points. But then he hands the problem back to Rob and says, okay, now you solve this. So there is a screw in off with check side. In this case, left-hand side, but it's...
He's very close to the
it's
ball.
dicky.
It's a dicky shot. And possibly he needs a rest for it, which
Yes.
makes it dickier,
Yep.
dickier still.
Mm.
Not sure that he'd be playing that.
I don't know what else he's got, really.
The other piece of advice for a club player, and going back to Rob's previous shot, is that sometimes a single balk is as good as a double balk. And from where he was, for club players, should perhaps consider just pushing the red up into the corner, into the ball corner, and leaving the white, the cue ball past the middle pocket. Sure, it gives your opponent a shot at the balls, but with the red right in the corner, it's difficult scoring. Just a little safety, yeah. It's a good shot. There's a cannon on here twice across, but the problem with it is that by the time the yellow gets to the red, it's only going to be travelling very slowly.
Yes,
so if it
and
doesn't
if you
score,
miss, you're leaving
him up. So
Yeah.
I doubt that he'll be having a go at this.
I don't know what else he's got here, really.
Yeah.
I mean, safety's not easy at this distance. He's jammed on the cushion. The white
He
ball's jammed on the
can't
cushion.
push
Lots of things
he
can go
can't
wrong.
push the white towards the red.
No.
I think he's got to hit the white on the left-hand side to
Yeah.
and bring his ball
and then
back
where his
down.
ball finishes could
Who
be
knows,
anywhere.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. This is just dead pace. Okay, just get in behind it. Yeah.
Okay. That's a pretty good result from there. It was a tough puzzle, and a lot of billiards.
Yeah,
I mean, sometimes
I
billiards.
don't think it's a great result because he left him a free hit at the potting this white. He may not have quite hit hard enough. Yeah, that's good. That's good by Rob. That went in. That was a real
It was a
bonus.
shot to nothing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was exactly. Yeah. So Rob can do the same again, or he can have a crack at it. He might have it enough in the middle here.
Got away with it.
I think he got away with that. Yes.
Lined him up.
That ball drawing back like that could have gone anywhere.
Yep.
But yeah, lining him up like that is a great result for Rob. 5 the difference.
So SOURAV bangs the table in frustration. He feels like he's been shut out for the last several hours. This game can do your head in, there's no doubt about that.
Well, he had a lash there,
Yep.
SOURAV at the forcing it off, didn't work, and
And now there's an opportunity, isn't
there's
there?
an opportunity. Looks like it then off into the ball pocket off the red.
It does. And on
Or
this,
if he doesn't like that,
pot up a double ball.
Yeah. The old pot up.
Yep.
Two.
Played that with drag. He's a master of drag, Rob.
He is,
Plays.
as is Peter Gilchrist. I mean, stylistically, Peter and Rob are not miles apart.
All these guys are masters of drag, you know.
Yeah,
Let's face it.
sure.
So SOURAV now attacking this double balk. Not a very Indian thing to do.
No, it wasn't a very... Well, he was doing the same against Dhruv last night. Dhruv was playing the standard Indian reply of push out to just past the balk line, but SOURAV was attacking. And
Yeah.
he's a more attacking player than people give him credit for.
So typically the Indian players are far less inclined to attack a double balk than the British players are.
Yes,
I know that's a generalisation, but
It is.
It's
well, it got to the point where there was some question about whether there were team rules for the Indian players.
Right.
And somebody asked them, they said, well, no, actually it's not team rules, but we've just studied the situation and come to the conclusion that it's not worthwhile disturbing them. Even if we concede 20 points by leaving the red on, we don't give them the third ball to develop.
Make them work. Make them work for it by putting your ball into a tight
So
position.
in off, just dodge the red, which he does, and that leaves.
And he's at the front, Rob.
He has. That leaves a perfect drop cannon position. Now, if he can score a couple of hundred here, that will be devastating psychologically for
He's
SOURAV.
hammered that. Absolutely hammered that.
Well, the red's got away, hasn't it?
Oh, right about
By about
18
a foot.
inches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Screw in off, bring it around the table.
Needs to play a good shot there. Oh, that's a good shot.
And does.
Yeah. Good shot when he was, cold. He's been off. They've both been off the table, for 5 minutes or so during those safety battles. Effectively off the table, not playing a flowing,
Yep.
queuing shot. And he's recovered well from that drop cannon that he had either too thick on the red or too hard, or a bit of both.
So he's got it on the repeating mid-pocket loser line. Is there a little roll on this table? The ball seems to come in a bit at slow pace. We're about to see it again, I think. So just watch how this ball finishes. It seems to roll a little to the right as we're looking at it when it finishes. That one didn't. Oh, yes it did. Yes it did. Wonder if that was upsetting them earlier. I mean, part of the game is... Yes. Part of the game, of course, is reading the table and accommodating changing positions. So, but that ball does seem to move just a little bit.
Well, Peter, that may be true, but you won't get me to agree with you on that.
No.
That's a nice shot. Nothing fancy, but just a little, controlled stun, I think, into the red there. This is possibly a fraction awkward. It's quite thin, this in-off, and he'd like to move the red quite a long way. Maybe just baby it in the leave and off. I thought he might do that. Yeah, push that over for a drop cannon.
D6.
So Dan Lynch is wondering, SOURAV missed a ball earlier, that tiny thin sneaking off into the middle. He's wondering if that roll might have affected that. Hard to say. It was, and the roll really only gets it at the very, very, very last minute, but
It's a bit awkward.
this is a little awkward.
I think he's running through this.
That's a
Quite
good call,
nicely
Dave.
strong,
Yep.
strong right-hand side, to pocket side to take it in.
So reverse drop cannon here, gather the balls not far from where the yellow is now.
Double kiss.
Oh, that just got ugly at the end. He can get underneath this, so he can score, but it's... What an interesting shot. He's kind of left it within the diameter of the ball, so he's got the cannon coming back.
There's a pretty shot coming up here. Just needed to catch a little bit less of that
Yes.
red, just to really hit it thin. Never mind. Plenty of options here.
9.
Same shot again, or does he play the myth?
Interesting conundrum. Certainly the cannon off the top cushion is on. You can push the white across to an in off, but the myth is a bit too speculative.
Yeah, really focusing on the yellow position there. He knew he'd be knocking the red up higher.
Yeah, it's a good shot that he's left
Yep.
the yellow on for this shot and the red for the next one. It's not hard enough, but it'll do.
So he could shift the red further across to the yellow now. Yes, it's a
Bit awkward this.
little awkward.
Maybe you can get it off the red, in which case it's
Maybe
not
you
awkward.
can.
Judging
go all
from
the way
that,
over.
I don't think you can.
Going all the way
In fact,
across
I'm
to
sure
the yellow
he
spot.
can't. Yeah.
He's having a look at it from the other end now, from the yellow snooker spot, and considering the check side.
He's just
cannon.
he's got to land just so on this.
Drift.
Oh,
Oh, just catches it.
Just caught
But
it.
now he can only see the top of his ball.
Yeah.
So very hard to play a screw or stun from there.
Oh, yes, he's virtually hard up. He is hard
So
up, yeah.
one cushion cannon.
Mm-hmm.
And
He's
he
missed it.
missed it. Okay. So SOURAV gets the first open look at the balls that he's had in quite some time.
Mm.
Some discussion going on with Garvin.
Oh, we're having a break.
Okay, that's a good idea,
Good idea.
because we need one too.
All right.
Thank
well,
you.
Peter, thanks for sitting through that little mini session there. We'll also
Dave.
take a little break now, and we'll be back when play recommences in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
turn it up a bit, have we? Double pleasure. All right, see you later.
I change your lights each game, so yeah, it should be no problem, but just, yeah, have a couple. phones off.
Turn your phones off. Turn your phones on. Excuse me, boys.
For those who would keep their phones on, you can watch the live stream outside. That's right. Yep.
I want to make sure that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fine. I'm sure there's no problem with it. It's just, yeah. Yeah. So you use the other one. Just wait till you put back away. Session 3, slide. Three. Five. Seven.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Araval Club for the final of the 2022 Pacific International Billiards Championship. I'm David Pitt and we've just come back from a break in what so far has been a tremendously entertaining and exciting match. In the first part of the match, SOURAV with 3 big centuries got out to a lead of over 600. And then in this second session, Rob Hall made a wonderful fight back with breaks of 177 and 381 to hit the front. So we've seen 2 very contrasting periods of play. And now as we approach the last part of this 1500 up final, the final 500 points, Rob Hall just with his nose in front by 40 or so, but SOURAV in play with you know, his chance to make some inroads into this small lead, but very high quality billiards so far and a tremendous comeback from Rob Hall, who was really looking to be in all sorts of trouble at 600 behind. So based on the match so far, you would say that the momentum is definitely with Rob Hall, having you know, outscored SOURAV so heavily in the middle session. But one thing we do know about SOURAV is what a tremendous fighter he is. He's come from a long way behind many times in matches, and even though he's only a few behind here, it's actually not unlike coming from a long way behind, because you know, giving up a big lead like that is not dissimilar.
Six.
SOURAV in lovely position here at the top of the table. It's just a question of getting into his rhythm, just making sure that his cueing is going smoothly. His touch is fine, and you know, there's an opportunity for him to make some big breaks in this remaining hour and a half or so of this match. Maybe who knows how long it's going to go for. It could be over in an hour, could be a couple of hours if they get into some safety battles. Nice angle there. So I was just having a look to see where exactly the white ball is in relation to the centre of the table. Hit that rather too hard. Rob Hall hit a similar shot in the second session where he unexpectedly bounced a lot too far. That's a beautiful shot. Just grazed the white, nudged it back towards the centre of the table. Didn't quite leave this exactly as he would like. Have that difficult putt with check side. I've just hit that a fraction hard. Seems okay. Just dropped that in off the jaw. I'm not sure that he could see all of the enough of the red to pot it into the middle of the pocket there, so that was a good shot. Those of you seeking a bit of light entertainment while you're watching and listening to the billiards, I can recommend that you turn on the captions button on YouTube, and you'll get YouTube's version of the commentary, which in some instances can be quite hilarious. So just a little bit of trouble here for SOURAV. He's going a thin cannon with the rest. No snack this. And he missed altogether. Oh, it might go in. No, it won't. Oh, he may have angled him. Have you got a camera? Have you got a camera up at the ball game there, Dan? So our producer Dan Lynch can perform miracles, but he can't perform the miracle of suddenly rushing a camera up to the other end of the table. So this is a huge stroke of luck for SOURAV. Rob is either partially or completely angled there. In other words, his ball is tucked in behind the corner of the pocket, and he certainly can't see the red, but he doesn't need to worry about that. The shot he would like to play is a cannon from yellow to red, but it's problematic whether he can see the yellow at all. He's attempting to swerve out of this high-risk shot, but he doesn't have much choice. It'll be a tremendous shot if he gets it. No, swerves out of an angle hardly ever work. So big stroke of luck there from SOURAV. He missed and left that angle. And now with the miss and the foul from Rob Hall, SOURAV can spot the balls up and continue on from a setup with, some would say, an undeserved position. Interesting choice there by SOURAV. The table appears to be running a little slower than the tables were earlier in the week, so he's elected to just play that long loser slowly to leave a drop cannon rather than trying to take it off 3 cushions, which is the usual method. It's worked out pretty well for him. He's got the white nicely behind the spot, and he doesn't have a pot off the red, but he can go in off this and push it up to the middle pocket. So the 381 by Rob Hall in the middle session was the highest break of the tournament so far, beating a 325 by Peter Gilchrist. And with these couple of small contributions since we restarted, SOURAV's regained the lead.
15.
Difficult shot that SOURAV attempted there, forcing a pot along the cushion. He's a great potter, but he was obliged to play that shot. There was no other choice for him really, and didn't really get close. It rattled quite hard in the jaws and leaves Rob a slightly tricky conundrum here. Thin cannon, but how did it finish up? Not great. Nasty position this. There's no obvious safety. That was a very courageous and good attempt at a difficult shot into the middle. Looked like it might have just dropped in on the last roll, but it's set up for for SOURAV. So
2.
another little rub of the green that went SOURAV's way there. Interesting. Which means that's entirely what he meant to do, but there are 3 options here. Put the red. Hard to say what happened there. I think he was just trying a mini fourth or perhaps a soft screw, but it just didn't grip, and left Rob in, the cannon off the top cushion. We saw this at the second session, the opening part of the second session, both players missing quite a few shots. Less than ideal. Moved that red a long way there. That's just a sign of a little bit of tension in the cue arm there. No tension in the cue arm on that one. That was a very, very good strike, and he's played it at
6.
played it well to bring the red all the way around the table, around the angles. But he's hit the red 30 feet, and it's just gone 6 inches too far. So this is no snack. It's going to be problematical whether he's finish up. If you score, so he's just gone all the way around the white there. He's got lucky in the sense that the white's finished over on the side cushion. It is possible to screw in off this. So he's a good shot though. Yes, he's played that beautifully. Yeah, lovely shot. Perfect cueing. Setting up a drop cannon. Good shot into a quite blind pocket. Good putt that. Oops, just got a bit of a smother there. Things aren't going to plan.
Back again, David. I've just been up to the club, and a few of the billiards players are up there. They're watching on the big screen within the warm precinct of the SOURAV club.
Oh, that's good to hear, Peter. In what used to be the billiard room is now a lounge
In what
area.
used to be the billiard room, in
yeah,
fact,
yeah,
there. Yeah, so
yeah.
they're all in there, and it's a bit warmer and a bit more hospitality up there.
And there's a bar.
Some warm food and a bar, so that's where I've been.
Well, big shout out to all the
boys
those
up
that are
there,
watching. They're watching up at the SOURAV club. We haven't-
In breaking news, Graham McNeil's come down with COVID, and
sad to hear.
that is sad to hear, and he's been in intensive care overnight. So
well, that's
our best wishes to Graham, who's been a stalwart of the game here and a great supporter. He and his wife Robin are always at these tournaments, and he's a great guy.
bad news.
No, not good news. And in fact, Wayne Carey, the New Zealand champion, is staying with them, and has been reluctant to come down to the match here,
Yes,
which is just down the street, because he's concerned that he might also
Yes.
pass it on to these guys that make a living playing the game. So, very thoughtful and considerate of Wayne, as always. He wants to be here. In fact, he said it's the one time of the year that he gets to spin a few lies to us. What a clever shot that is. Beautifully
shot,
played,
yeah.
beautifully played.
It was a good shot. He was sort of, his hand was on the cushion, so...
So he's retaken the lead. Has he been dominant since I've been absent?
Not at all. It's been a bit scrappy. Similar to the start of the last session, Peter. David Pitt here with you, and Peter Tankard also in commentary. When we started the middle session of this match, there was quite a bit of scrappy play before Rob Hall exploded with 177 and 381, and this session has started off similarly. It's just been advantage SOURAV with some small contributions to retake the lead. He's now 80 in front. I think he was about 40 behind at the beginning of this session. But they're well on the way towards their required 1,500 points. Still an hour or so of billiards to go, so very much anybody's game.
Yes, when you say there's an hour or so to go, there could be more than that.
Well, it could be much more than that.
And the presentation was scheduled for 6:30, and it looks like with the to and fro and the safety bouts and so forth, that and scratching about, that they might have to put that back a little bit.
Or a lot.
Or a lot, depending on what happens here. I mean, look at SOURAV's stance. He's got very much the stance of a snooker player. Some of your billiards players are a little bit more upright and prefer to have a view over the balls, whereas the snooker players are down on the line and very exacting. Maybe that's the difference.
Got himself into a nice spot here, because he can, when he puts this red off the spot, it'll go up onto the centre spot after being potted twice. And he's just looking here to see where he wants to leave his white ball, to leave an angle, to play a cannon from the red on the centre spot to the to the right.
Now, you know that our mate Jason Colebrook was coached by Peter Gilchrist to actually run through that and play it off the cushion coming back. So you play the ball cushion before you hit the white, and that way you knock the white out of balk. Now, SOURAV's actually controlled that such that he has the white in a very good position, so it doesn't matter too much. But often it's a bit of a mad lash from the top end of the table to the red on the centre spot to make the cannon.
I think the white might have just been a little bit far off the cushion for that shot that you've described there, Peter, but, because there's a chance of him going around the back.
Yes, well, it wasn't on for there because he didn't play for it. So So I think you've got to run through a little bit further to play it off the cushion.
I mean, that's why he didn't, take that sequence. So this is tricky for SOURAV. He would like to just pot the red and come across to this side of the
This
table.
is a pot oppo double balk.
But the pot was eminently missable, so he chose to just pass that by and
Put the shutters up.
Let's see what he does here. That's quite clever because it covers up the red.
He's hidden
from
the up and down the table
He
angle.
has, yeah. It's a
So
good
that's
shot. Rob's only choice now really is to go across the table, but
or play, give the
we'll give a safety miss.
give the safety miss. Yeah.
Okay, a good look at this. He'd love to attack. He'd love to attack this because the balls are so nicely placed for
I mean, you can play the 3 cushion go around the table,
yeah.
but on a sliding table that you're not living on every day, that's chancy at best.
difficult problem here for Rob. He's got several options and
Yes.
none of them is very palatable.
None of them are attractive.
Yeah.
But my mate Andy in Sydney always says that billiards is a puzzle, and I think that's right. It's you see these guys thinking about shots in a way that snooker players often don't have to. The snooker sequence is often
Looks like he's going around the
relatively
angles
clear.
here to get into the corner. Or is he
no safety miss. No,
Safety
you're right.
miss.
No, wrong.
I think he overhit it a bit for the safety.
Oh,
miss.
made the
he's
shot!
got it.
So
Wow.
yes,
What a great shot. Strong
What a great
element
shot.
of luck in it, but
sure.
it's turned out.
But did you see how
well, yeah.
how far towards the ball end of the table that he made that first contact on the cushion? So he's made the allowance for the sliding cushion, and he's calculated it correctly. Did he get out? I don't think he did.
We'll find out in a minute. No.
Oh, all that work and then this.
What he was trying to do there, of course, was to just
Be delicate,
bring the red an inch or two out of balk to
To make the
nice
cannon coming
but
back.
He's just left it in balk, which is, from his point of view, a disaster. He's played that beautifully. He's got that hard up. But
He didn't actually
Sourav's
need
got
to
a
play
shot.
it hard up there because he just needed to line it up obscured by the red. So he's actually given himself harder cueing than he need to.
SOURAV with a thin end off into the balk pocket.
Yeah, and I think he'll
Possibly.
play that. There's
Right.
nothing else. And there's not a great safety from here.
In
Well, not
theory,
one I can figure.
In theory, he could pot the red into the balk pocket, but that's a difficult shot. And if he misses, it's going to leave the ball.
The red over the pocket. Yes, if you're going to miss
miss
with your ball,
See what he's
not the
doing.
red.
Yeah, quite right. There's no obvious safety either.
Or is he playing a cushion cannon with pace? So you can play yellow, red, cushion,
I don't
white.
think that's on without screw.
May not be. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
was a
Good shot.
brilliant red shot. He
Yeah,
couldn't manipulate
yeah.
the cue ball,
yeah.
so he had to take whatever he got there because he could only hit the very top of the ball.
Yep,
So,
he played the pot.
Yep.
And
and now the wisdom of Rob playing it to the cushion rather than my idea becomes more evident. Wants that to travel, and it does. So he's left a long curling in off into the corner pocket off the white, off the yellow.
looks pretty skinny, but who knows? Interesting safety that he played there, rather than playing into balk.
Yes.
Should have-
I think he's
that's
going
been
to
a
take
little
this
bit more
on.
obvious. Oh, maybe he has to take it and find me a safety. Maybe he can screw it off in the middle.
No,
he
it's-
found a safety.
Yes. Wants the yellow to stop.
He found a safety and a good one.
Yep.
Quite a good one from that position.
Some players will play the cushioning off into the middle pocket closest to SOURAV there, but it's a tough shot.
This is an even tougher safety.
Yeah, because
Any suggestions?
well, you want to be coming off the left side of the white rather than knocking it down towards the red. Is all I can imagine, but it's not that ain't pretty
You'd
either.
have to play it at pace.
You'd have to play it at pace.
You'd have to cut it thin to cut the white ball back towards baulk, and then your ball would be flying around the table, who knows where.
So considering a screw in off there, I don't think the cannon's on.
It's a very difficult shot. It's not a very difficult shot, but it's a very difficult shot at this stage of the match.
Yes. So he played it the way that I suggested,
yeah,
which was
and,
off the other side.
It's a good shot with no reward.
Well,
Good pop.
good pot.
I'd suggest we'll be putting this red straight into baulk. Unless it's rather narrow. No. What was that I said before about making predictions?
You've never made
never
a
made
prediction, and you
predictions. I never
never will. Must be early morning in Ireland because Angus McAnally is up and about. Welcome, Angus. Yeah, fantastic comeback from Rob, you're right. Gee, that curled a little early. Could have hit it a bit harder.
Enough.
Yeah,
He was trying to, I think he was just trying to leave it in baulk, quite frankly. But he's made a
Maybe.
shocking hassle back. Yes, welcome, Angus. David Pitt here, and great to have you on board. I was chatting to an old school friend of yours a week or two ago, Paul Bray, who now lives in Melbourne, was asking after you. No doubt he's got in touch with you on Facebook or something. But if he hasn't, drop Billiards Australia a line and we'll be able to put you in touch with him.
touch. So, David, how hard is it for the ref to concentrate for this period of time? I mean, I'd rather be playing than reffing in terms of concentration. I'm good for about 100 points of refereeing. After that, I offered the Pixies. As Matthew Bolton will attest. He's chided me more than once.
Well, you're off with the Pixies most times, Peter.
Well, I am,
What's
yes.
so special about refereeing?
No, there's nothing special at all about that. You're absolutely right. What was I thinking?
Yeah, great concentration is required. I've done a lot of refereeing over the years, as we all have, and definitely your concentration levels vary. There's so many things you've got to think about, not just the
Yes.
not just calling the points, watching for fouls
Yes.
and so forth, but you've got to keep track of the hazards and the cannons,
even the red spots,
and
you
red
know, I mean,
spots, a number of reds off the spot, which actually was much more difficult in the five
Five
spots
count,
off the
yeah.
spot rule days. That was very difficult. Keeping track of the
well,
number of
even
hazards.
two can be hard. I mean, the most common refereeing mistake that you see is a player correcting a referee saying no, it goes on the centre spot, because sometimes it's not obvious the red was on the spot
Correct.
for the first stroke.
That's
So,
easy enough. And then, of course, these days now you've got to keep track of the balk line crossings.
Balk line crossing, the
and so
electronic
forth,
scoreboard. I mean, there's
Yeah.
a lot involved, and
Yeah.
it ain't easy. I mean, the hard part about snooker refereeing, they say, are some of the close calls on foul and miss and simultaneous hits on balls. But in terms of mathematical challenge, billiards is tough.
The other thing about billiards is it's you're moving all the time.
Yeah.
In snooker,
Yeah.
you're you can occasionally get a little bit of
A break while there's a
break
safety
during a safety
bout on or
exchange.
something,
But you also get breaks too, sort of mental breaks in between
Yes.
the frames, and there's only so many frames in a session. But in billiards, you can be.
I very much liked, as a referee, Anuj Rathi, who did a couple of my matches. He lovely young guy, and a really good addition to the pool of billiards referees that we have out there.
Yes, no, I think this year our director of referees, Larry Forgan, and his team have put together a terrific group.
Yes.
There's some new ones. we
Some
haven't
new
seen before.
faces I haven't seen
They're
before,
doing
which
well.
are they're going really well.
But
Tony Friedman, I think, is refereeing for the first time here, isn't he?
a couple of weeks
done
ago,
a great job.
when I chatted to Paul Cosgrove about the fixture, the draw for the tournament, and the players refereeing, he was not feeling at all confident about having the right numbers.
Having
but,
numbers of
numbers
qualified
of
referees.
But it ended up that the players, about 2/3 of the players had to referee one match, and the rest of them
Yes.
didn't have to referee at all. So
Well, you guys here in Victoria, I must say, are spoiled rotten because you've had such a strong cohort of referees. We've got a new director of referees in New South Wales, Gary Knight, who is he's effectively got a rebuilding job to do because we've lost all of our referees. We really don't have anyone as a billiards referee in New South Wales. So the players have been refereeing themselves for almost a generation now. Oh, good jaw. Thank you so much, says Rob Hall. And I know...
that could have been dire. That couple
Yeah.
of things could have happened there. That could have gone in, which would have been a disaster, that red, or it could have kicked just a little bit further into the jaw and kicked up into balk. So
Yes.
He's had a bit of a break there. So most of the breaks in this match have gone SOURAV's way of late, but that was definitely a break for
Interesting
Rob.
comment from our brightly coloured socked UK mate Gary Norman, saying, note the ref getting out of the way of the camera angle. That's true. For the World Championship we actually put marks on the floor and told the refs not to stand on them. So it was almost like theatre direction, if you like. Put an X on the floor. This is where you read your soliloquy from. So the refs are getting very good at working with Dan and our video streaming it because they understand that these days, in fact, we'll have more people watching online than we have watching in the room.
That's very true, Peter, but I also understand that there's an extra incentive for them to not get in the way of the cameras because...
They're all bald.
no, well, there's... yeah, no, that's very good. But no, they're under threat of decapitation by Larry if they block the cameras.
Right. Okay. So that's the director of referees here exerting his authority.
Throwing his weight around, I would have
Yeah,
said.
tossing his weight. Yeah, good on him. No, but it is important because this is where all the action's
He's
happening right
underhit,
here.
yeah, he's underhit that.
79.
That's coming around off two cushions is a real touch shot. You have to do quite hard.
Yeah,
But you have to, now he's going to have to play a...
player one of those. I don't know what
And
to
then
call
the
that.
kick, yeah, that sort of slow stun to bring them back. He did that. He had the red on a perfect line, but his ball was in the way, and now they've gone into
So
Oh,
red
nasty
to yellow
position.
cannon.
Yeah, that's coming up, but there's room to slip around the back of the yellow.
There is.
Well, it doesn't help, yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
the other option is to run through this strong right-hand side. And he's hit that well, but not quite
side
well
and dive,
enough.
yeah. So
Okay, nice
yes,
contribution, 81 there by Rob Hall, bringing him right back to within 20 points or so of SOURAV.
Yep.
And once again, game
I
on.
love these dog fights. You know, I mean, this is what it's all about. And we had two of them last night. We were absolutely spoiled for choice, where the lead was chopping and changing, and you get to see from the players' demeanour, the shots they select, and even the expression on their faces, just how they're feeling, and the pressure and what the pressure's doing to them. So it's not unusual to see uncharacteristic misses at this level, lost position when they shouldn't lose position. But it's pressure. It's the same in every sport, and it's what makes us, as viewers, addicted to it. Just see the human reaction to being placed under this level of pressure. And let's not misunderstand. This is a big deal for these guys. This is the first time they've met in a couple of years in a level 5 WBL event. It's a big deal. Not about the prize money, not about the ranking points, but it's about the history of the game. And both of these players are on the rise. In fact, these two would be amongst the top 10, the guys who've improved the most in the last 5 years.
I'd have to say, Peter, that SOURAV hasn't handled this pot white scenario very well. He's
No.
when he potted the white, he left himself short on the red, and now
Yep.
he's left this one short again, and he's got a long loser. So, yeah, if he misses this, it's not that he's likely to. It's really handing the advantage back to Rob, but just puts that extra bit of pressure on the shot.
So the real question is how many shots he'll take before he pushes at least the red and probably the white into balk. Probably the yellow, I'm sorry. Old habits die hard. He's not going to muck around for
He's
very
left
long.
that short too.
That's all right on this table. A sniff of right-hand side and this goes in like a dream. Left-hand side, sorry. So try to put this into balk. Try to put the red into balk now. Because now he has a free kick. He just plays his ball into balk and he put it almost anywhere in balk from where he is, off one cushion. So, David, he's trying to leave an in-off angle here or a pot angle?
Well, you'd think he'd just leave it nearly straight for a pot, yeah. Maybe he'll hit it a bit harder. And then off. Oh, that's a shocking shot.
I don't think it is. I think he's left a reasonably enough angle.
Okay, yeah. Well, just thought he would have wanted to be more towards the middle of the table. Anyway.
So, tosses the puzzle back to Rob and says, you solve it.
Looks like he's attacking the red here. Yeah, knocked it away. He'd be... no, he wouldn't be happy with that. That could have gone a lot safer. A couple of choices here for SOURAV.
So push the red over the pocket and make the cannon.
Certainly looks that way. Can he hold
Stop,
the
stop,
red?
stop. Okay, it's all right.
Just, it was a touch shot, that. Nice touch.
Yep, good shot. Now, if he wanted to, he could push the white behind the spot and trickle onto the red. But he wants to do that in a couple of steps. It's a bit safer to do it in a couple of steps rather than all at once.
Yes, that cannon seems to have gone out of favour in recent years.
Well, Matt Bolton was very critical of young Sri Krishna Suryanarayanan, who played that shot against Matt in the World Championship. And he said he's really got to get that shot out of his game where he does it all at once, do it in 2 safe steps. So that's what you're seeing SOURAV do here, is rather than...
Yeah, it's lovely
do
when
it
it
all
works out, but it's, you know, it can just go slightly wrong if you leave yourself the wrong way
Yep.
on the red.
Well, that's true.
You've cooked your goose. So
Thirteen. Fifteen.
So 56 points the difference now. 250 odd to go for SOURAV. These guys are so tough, just so mentally tough. Because they've been at this for 4 days. Of course, the first 2 days when they're playing the mugs, i.e. the other players, are just an opportunity to play their eyes in. But the last 2 days have been very intense.
yes, you mentioned the semi-finals briefly before,
Oh,
Peter.
great
Two
matches.
tremendous matches.
Great matches.
Both went down to the wire. 1200 up, and the losing score in each match, I think, was around the 1100 mark. So
Yep.
you know, multiple lead changes, and yeah, great billiards all round.
And on both tables, opportunities for the loser to win. You know, SOURAV was saying Dhruv should have won, and he had a couple of opportunities to do so. They were tough shots that he missed, but honestly, both matches could have gone either way. And that's got to be draining, like really draining, no matter whether you win or lose.
Six.
So referee for the final here, Garvin Gray from Queensland. He's a good enough player to be playing in this tournament. He's had some great success up in
Absolutely.
in
And-
Queensland. He's you know, very steady
and
as
has
a
played
player.
a few WBL events,
Yes,
always in
he has,
Queensland,
yeah.
Queensland Open. But
But,
yeah, he
he's-
knows what he's doing.
yeah.
So
And he's chosen to you know, pursue the refereeing route, and here he is in the final. So well done.
well, I remember asking you, David, because you've had multiple roles in the game as a player, as a referee, as an official and an organiser of tournaments, what you preferred most, and you gave me a very strange, what I thought was a very strange answer at the time, that you liked refereeing.
That must have been a long time ago.
It was.
Yeah, right, yeah, yeah.
It was, but yeah, at the time you said, yeah, look, I like refereeing.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, don't remember
Yeah.
that. Maybe
Well,
because
I'm
I
sure
was-
you're getting dementia, so.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't think you could ever say, I like sitting up till 2 a.m. with Excel spreadsheets making the draw. So we can rule out the,
Oh, well,
the,
hang on, hang
the
on.
administration angle. you
Hang
know.
on, I like sitting up till 2 a.m. with Excel spreadsheets. I like the organising side of the game. I like that.
Right, okay.
I'm not a good enough player, and I feel, you know, that's the contribution I can make.
Okay. So, Sarah, just having a little break while the
Yes.
cue ball's cleaned. He's gone down to have a drink, just his glasses, pick out his chalk.
So, question
Reset.
from North Brighton Club President: did Peter refer to the other players as mugs? Yes, I did. Indeed, I did, because I'm one of them. So, in fact, I managed to get hammered by Dhruv, Sidwala, and SOURAV KOTHARI in consecutive matches here. So, yes. I mean, comparatively, I mean, everybody who enters these tournaments is a very competent billiards player at some level. But by comparison to these top 4 world-ranked guys, there's really a handful of Australians that can compete at this level. And comparatively, yes, we are mugs. In fact, far more than snooker, the gulf between the top players and the lesser lights is very obvious when you turn up to one of these tournaments. Not unusual to have results where one player has 5 or 6 times the score on the board that the other player does. And that's not to denigrate the other players. In fact, there wouldn't be a tournament unless all the players turn up. But certainly there's a big gulf between maybe the top dozen in the world and everybody else. Maybe not even a dozen. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, a dozen or so. It varies from time to time. You know, there's always some, you know, the good players that aren't in the game at a particular moment. So
Yes.
if everybody was playing, there'd probably be 20 or 25. But yeah.
Mm.
But just to give you an example, in the current rankings, I think SOURAV is around number 12 or so.
Is he?
Mm. But
That's because they
not-
haven't played tournament in India.
No, that's
Or
just,
WBL ranking tournaments.
yeah, it's unlikely that they will anytime soon. I would have thought. Just drop that in off the jaw, never in doubt. It's quite tricky, that shot, actually. You have to do it slow.
77, so a walk line warning coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't want to cover here. That's the risk that he runs.
Yeah, that's quite,
That's okay. That's pretty good. So maybe too fine an angle to get around the table now.
it's too early. It doesn't count if he goes around now.
Oh, yes, so it is, sorry. Only 2. So balk line warning at 80. He has to cross the balk line from this top end of the table across the balk line before he gets to 100. And that can be a challenge sometimes if you score a 5 shot at the end and you weren't calculating it.
86.
Well, stoplight. Yep, does. All good. So how's he going to set this up?
I think on this next cannon putty, he'll be just trying to leave approximately a half ball pot on the red, and he can use
Yes.
that then to smash his
work
way
around
around
the
the
table.
table. Yeah.
He played, and this isn't a bad angle, not ideal, but it's not terrible.
Well, yes, judging
Oh,
on
no,
the
just
length of his
starting up.
backswing, he's just going to...
Yep. So this
Try
is
that
typically
again.
the way they do it. So they come from, play the recovery cannon from underneath, which will leave a half ball angle, as Dave said, to go around the table. So that's what he's setting up now. He's setting up the balk line crossing. Only has a couple of shots left. This is the last opportunity to do
yeah.
it, really.
Yep.
Doesn't like it, hates it.
96.
So now he's in deep, deep, deep trouble. So 4 points left to cross the balk line.
Now there's a shot here that I can see, which is a slow cannon off the white top cushion, and then just go on the outside.
Well, there's another one, which is
of
the
the
double
red.
kiss off the red, back to the red.
yeah. No, there's a smash it up there and see if he can. Well, this could be all right.
As long as it bounces out. Now, this shot or the next, he must cross the balk line. So,
This one, he's on 99.
I'm sorry, they've just
99,
updated the
yep.
score. So now he's crossing the balk line. He could do it by pot red screw back.
He could do that. He could also do what Ben Judge did up at Marconi, which is play safe on 99.
Yeah, that's right.
I've never seen that before.
Yes. Well, that's right, but you and I don't get enough hundreds to... Yep, that's what he's playing.
That's nice. That's nice. That is nice. Didn't do anything crazy.
No, just left the angle.
And he's left himself quite a nice, well, a nice angle, but an angle.
Yeah. Well, if he hits it, he'll be promoting the red towards the corner pocket.
Just
Take a bit of
slow
time on this,
thin.
yeah.
Oh, well, you played that well. Yeah, that's okay.
Yep.
He'd be happy with that.
He would be happy with that. and
Especially,
White's gone to a
especially if
happy
that goes
place.
A happy place indeed.
Yeah.
You can either go off this and nick it in. Yeah, nice 100.
Well
And a
done. Very good
Very
hand.
good time to make it too. So he's
Yeah.
now re-established a lead of 140 odd. And,
Yes. So
getting closer towards a target of 1500. That's
if you look at it this way, Rob Hall has to make almost twice as much as SOURAV now, or mathematically almost twice as much as SOURAV. So as we get closer to the end there, these differences start to make a big difference. If you can put another 50 on now, then that's a very decisive lead at that stage.
So it's quite a thin cut this, but it's definitely the shot that leads to
Yes.
a lovely result. It's nice to be, play this at any pace he likes. Just like that is pretty good.
Yep,
That's
that's
perfect.
all fine.
Just hang on to the rest there, sir, if you'll need it again.
Yep. So it puts him over that side of the table. So he now manages to extract the white ball from the balk area.
9.
Could have played that 50 different ways and had a shot.
Yes, that's actually not the greatest
Not the best
way to
way,
play
but
it,
it's but he's got a
it's
shot.
way, yeah.
Yep. So off a couple of cushions here, off 2 cushions into a drop cannon position. Has to avoid getting it caught up in the jaws, which he should do fairly comfortably. The white, that is. Get across there, White. Get across, get across. No, it's got a similar shot back the other way now. Didn't quite hit that hard enough. Same problem, has to avoid the white getting trapped in the jaws of the pocket. Something's worrying him. Probably going to play this the thick way. Yes, he has. Ooh. And so we come to an end with Rob mathematically needing almost twice, exactly twice as much as SOURAV.
Lovely break there, 111.
Lovely and
Wasn't-
very timely
Wasn't
break.
plain sailing. He had a few little periods of difficulty there, but nonetheless, very nice time to make it.
Yep.
And he's just left Rob with a little problem here. Simple enough cannon off the red and then the top cushion, but
Yeah.
you've really got to play it well to leave.
I
And
think,
off
I
the
think he's
white.
thinking of hitting that yellow on the low side.
He just wants to hit the yellow full ball off the cushion essentially, and slow to leave it in off the white. But it's no
In off the yellow.
in
Yeah.
off the yellow. Yeah, it's no snack. He's just got under it, you see, and that's. he will
Didn't
actually
even make
score.
it, did he?
Didn't make it. Yeah, didn't make it. That just. I reckon that he had checks out on that. I reckon it just
Yeah,
slid
yeah,
off the top
okay,
cushion.
I
Just
agree. It
slid
just-
off
it
the
just-
top cushion.
just-
Yeah.
Just checked up and died off the cushion.
Yeah, did hit, yes.
Well,
And this ain't easy either.
Definitely can, yes.
So we've got a splendid crowd of 3 old blokes watching. Welcome to Billiards. Whereas up at the club, it's all actually pumping and they're eating food and
that's right.
eating food and they've got a glass of
That's
wine
right,
and it's
yeah.
all good.
There should be hundreds up there. How many have we got online? 180. There we go.
Well, there you go. Well, that's why we do the streaming these days. Is there's
Playing on balls or
3 blokes in the club and 170, 180 online.
Yeah, we've got Gary Norman and Angus McAnally and about 180 up at the Yarraville Club.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Oh, this would be a great shot. So he's playing a little massé in off. Drop. Oh, yes, that's a lovely shot, Rob Hall. Yeah. So elevated the cue and just played it so delicately.
You can replay that. Yeah.
So David likes it so much that he's asking Dan to find a replay. And now, having played the genius shot, Mrs.
That was
a
a
thin
beautiful
one.
shot he played, and that was
It
thin.
was.
That was
Yeah.
no snack. The
No,
shot
it wasn't,
he had.
wasn't,
He just
wasn't.
hit it too thin, but gee.
So nothing fancy, out to the middle of the table, and then reconstruct position in two
Tension's
shots.
definitely creeping in because he's overhit that.
Yeah,
To leave a long loser. He'd much rather leave that 18 inches shorter for a drop cannon.
still shouldn't be a problem. 2 cushions for a drop cannon position. Is that red on the spot or is it high over the spot? It's off the spot, isn't it? Changes the angles a bit. So he's going over to the green spot in snooker to inspect the angle and see whether he can create a reliable drop cannon position.
Just ask the referee there if the ball's correctly spotted to play, which you're allowed to do. The referee's confirmed it's fine. Just got on the outside of the red, but it's all good.
Some players do that habitually, like Matt Bolton will always ask the referee. Chooses not to live dangerously, spot it and play it and assume the referee's good with it. Yeah, so Grant Meadley, who's a fine commentator in his own right, says a little bit of angst for the boys here. I think that's right, Grant. He's, there's definitely a bit of tension creeping in here. But, yeah, so there should be. And this is why we turn up, is to see how these guys handle the pressure. We're all under pressure when we play, but these guys seem to manage better than average. SOURAV is always such a beautifully turned out player. He dresses elegantly. He always gets a sharp haircut before he plays. I mean, he's really a credit to the game, this bloke.
The Herbert Beetham of Indian billiards, is he?
You would know, not me, Dave. But yeah, maybe he's. But he, have you ever seen him less than elegant, less than beautifully pressed and coiffed, and beautifully spoken? I mean, we're blessed within the game to have a couple of guys that you can say they're just a credit to the game. Gilchrist never puts a foot wrong. SOURAV. Good blokes and fine gentlemen.
It's not great.
This isn't good. No, he's betwixt and between, but a little screw cannon to bring the red across off the cushion. No.
Well, that worked out very well.
Yeah, I don't think he
Same problem.
intended that. I think he meant to bring it back off that side cushion.
I beg to differ. I think he intended to pop that.
Do you? Okay, well,
I don't think he had the angle to bring it off the side cushion.
Okay, well...
Anyway,
but
only he knows.
Only he knows, and he is an excellent potter, so, yeah, it'd be unlikely to miss by that far, you're right. But wouldn't that have been a bit chancy to be playing the 5-shot and expecting position afterwards?
Well, as long as he gets his yellow ball off the cushion, he's going to have something.
Yep. So that 2 off the spot goes to the middle.
I think that's about the first time in this, since I've been watching, that somebody's potted the red twice off the spot. We've hardly seen that at all.
So now just sizing up the angle coming back. So where his Q-tip now is, where he's poking the table there is where he's intending to finish.
He's very straight on the red here, so it's quite
If he doesn't
important that
like
he gets
it.
this right, because he doesn't. What he doesn't want to do is to be having to smash this, smash the red in and out of balk.
If he doesn't like it being so straight, he can just run through to a half ball in offline and figure it out from balk, but
I think he's just on the wrong angle for that. He's just going to go slightly towards the...
is he just off straight?
Yeah, he's just off straight, and his ball will head towards the ball.
Yes, you were right.
But anyway, that's good. That's exactly what he wanted to do.
Yep.
But now this shot is entirely in the lap of the gods. He has to play a very good shot here to get a result.
So you'd play fine, wouldn't you?
Just
Not a
finish
run
half
through,
ball,
just a
going
fine.
to try and hit this to leave it in off white, which he hasn't done.
Yeah. I think he's got to run through on the white and just get the white in and out of the jaws and play it with left-hand side.
I think it's too straight. Perhaps Dan
Too
might
straight?
show us the angle from the other camera. Yeah, that's too straight.
Too
As you can
straight,
see
you're
there.
right.
Mm.
So cushion, running side,
Looks like a
white.
screwing off to me.
You're right.
Great shot. Good shot. It hit that hard to bring the red around the table. It's landed in a
Okay,
an
so a
okay position for the in-off.
little more than 100 to go
Mm.
now for SOURAV, and almost 300 to go for Rob. So the mathematics are definitely starting to favour SOURAV.
It's a good shot. Definitely. There's two things need to happen for Rob. First thing is that SOURAV needs to miss and
Yes.
give him an opportunity. And the second thing is he needs to make a big one, another one of those
300
170, well, a 300 would be lovely, but
Yeah.
177 or something like that to put the pressure back on.
So that white's just off the cushion. If he wanted to, he could play in off now.
Don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to go off the red.
Yes.
The in-off white was on, but controlling
Sure.
the white was
Yes.
the difficulty. He needs just
And it
to
was
not-
pretty narrow. Okay, well that's kind of no man's land there.
Is that right? Angles are deceptive.
He's
I don't think you can quite go off
well, I
that.
think he's thinking 5-shot here. Pop the red with the backup screw cannon. Doesn't like any of this. Comes around, looks at the white again, more in hope than in expectation. And he's going to play the forcer.
Oh, this is a big forcer.
It's not that big on this cloth. He'll just stroke it.
Oh, that was a big shot.
Yeah, but he missed it wide.
did
Wasn't hard to make, yeah. Missed it on the far jaw.
Okay. Oh well, part one for Rob Hall.
Yes.
SOURAV missed. Part two is make a big one.
Yeah. How well are these guys handling the pressure? I mean, you'd never know that Rob's in a final of a WBL event. There's nothing on his face, nothing in the way that he's standing or walking. Shoulders aren't dropped. He's 300 behind. He's under immense pressure, but you just wouldn't know. Still laconic the way he moves around the table, dragging his cue behind him. You know, he just sometimes looks quite disinterested. And I think he uses that demeanour as a bit of a weapon in the UK. It's like people take a look at him and go, well, he's beating me easy. He doesn't even care. You know, it's like gee, I'm in trouble when he starts trying. So sits the half ball line.
Bit work to do to get the white back into play, but
Yeah, there is.
plenty of time to do it. About 200 the difference. Rob needs 300 essentially. SOURAV
Yeah.
needs 100. Good aggressive shot that. Even if I overhit it a bit.
Yeah. Never a better time to move the yellow than right now. Lots of ways you could play this. Now I know from our early days, David and I have known each other for, we figured out, 40 plus years,
That's okay.
approaching 50. that the boys in Melbourne used to call this position death in two.
That's right, they did. Yep.
Because they hadn't learnt how to get the balls out of that quadrant of the table.
Still haven't, Peter.
Right, death in two, still death in two.
Still death in two.
So you could always make 2 shots, but after that you were buggered. This is good,
That's
this
all
is good.
That's all good. That was a good shot, that. I did that quite hard. He drove the red in and out of baulk into a good spot. Drove the white towards the pocket. And,
Overcooked. Overcooked.
Left his ball exactly where it was.
Yeah. So he's going to have to play a short jetty eventually, isn't he, even if he goes in off this?
If he plays this well enough, he can bring the white around the table next to the red, which is exactly what he's done.
Yep.
Again, the death in two position.
Yes.
Not for a player of his calibre.
No. So how did you guys from Melbourne University eventually figure that out? By watching the good guys?
We haven't figured it out. We still keep telling you.
Well, study closely here, because here's the bloody answer
Oh,
that you've been looking for.
Well, this is an answer. I don't think it's the answer, what he's done. Well, sure enough, this next cannon is straightforward, but the position on the red is quite problematic.
So do you play the run through here and tap the red?
I think that's what he's going to try and do. I can't see anything else.
Did he need that side on the ball? The side on the ball helps it run through a bit, but
It just also took him away from
yeah,
the
took
red,
him away
which
from
turned
the
out,
red,
turned
yeah.
out to be very handy. He's got a little... Oh, played that well. That looked like a little soft screw.
what? No, you're not playing the white there, the yellow there, are
No,
you?
you can't tell from this foreshortened angle, Peter, whether that's on or not on the TV. It doesn't look on,
No,
but-
you never wouldn't play that.
but
Couldn't be playing that.
it may well be on. But with the red over the hole, he doesn't need to take any risks. You know,
No.
he can just go down there.
Is probably more likely looking at this angle off the yellow. So, okay, cannon. That's an odd choice. Oh,
Especially
To
if he
my
leaves
mind.
the red behind. That's okay. I would have played the cannon every time there.
would you?
Yes.
Okay.
Which means it's probably the wrong shot.
Yeah, that's right. I just think that if you've got the white on the side like that, sorry, the opponent's ball, the yellow on the side like that, that you would take an early opportunity to move it back to the middle of the table. But tough to see the angle here, but he may be able to just trickle this in and leave the balls close together. That's what he's done.
That's okay. It's not ideal.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's
difficult to control this. You're not really going to.
It is difficult to
You're
control.
not really going to get the white necessarily into a
Well, you
great
can't get the
position.
yellow all the way
yellow,
back
when I
across
say
to the
white, I
spot,
mean
but
yellow, yeah.
we always mean
Yeah.
yellow when we say white, when it's the opponent's ball. Old habits die hard. The other risk here is the double kiss on the red.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that can happen.
Okay, but the important thing is he's still at the table and SOURAV's not, so he's made up some of the leeway, but it's tough from here.
This is the problem. He's got a straight red, but it doesn't lead to anything.
No, it doesn't go anywhere, does it? So you might even consider safety here. Like he's at a point in the game where SOURAV gets one more opening and he loses. So brave shot to take it on the middle, and as David said, it just doesn't lead anywhere. He can only see the top of his ball, so we know he's playing topspin. So the ball's going straight ahead in some way. and straight ahead is not pretty. Safety, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
40.
That's a good safety. It's absolutely frigid, unless Sarah wants to try a
Well,
mad run through.
Yeah, well, when you say mad run through, it would be a screw cannon, wouldn't it?
It's a good shot, that, because she's put the red in baulk, just in baulk.
Yes.
Completely out of play.
Yep.
But even if, Sarah managed to conjure up enough the white,
Look at this, I reckon Seraph's going at this. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
yeah, that was a good shot by Rob.
So our mate Simon Fortune, one of David's erstwhile teammates, says, how many live spectators? Well, 3 is the answer. 3 old blokes in the room shivering their tails off. Well, great effort. But quite a few up at the Yarraville Club proper who are enjoying toasties and cold beer and red wine. And they've got a giant screen TV up there with the video on, but mercifully the audio off.
Oh, the audio's off, is it?
Yes, that's right. So they can't hear us.
I don't think...
I stand corrected. There are 12 spectators. And here we have 2 of the top 5 players in the world and 12 spectators. But according to Clive Evden, I'm sure he's right, is that billiards is almost unwatchable. Beautiful, beautiful game to play, but very difficult to watch because there are just so many options. It's just not obvious what the players are playing for or what they're trying to do. And yeah, that's why we need better commentators than what we've got.
So, interesting little sequence there. Sarah's just potted white and double baulk. Don't think he'd be totally thrilled with where he's left them. It's good enough. He can run through that red as enough. Rob's now got the issue of what does he do with it. He will almost certainly attack it because he just can't afford to be giving up points to... So he's knocked that away. That's a pretty good result.
That's not terrible,
Yeah,
is it?
not
He's
too
got the
bad at
red
all.
into a
Yeah.
safe place.
Yeah, Sarah could try screwing off the red, which is a very good
Yeah.
shot. Could try a cannon down here off the top cushion back to the red, but that's pretty problematic.
Well, it's difficult to score, but it will promote the red towards the
Yeah.
corner pocket. So it's actually a pretty logical shot. Sort of
Looking at
taps
a
the
safety.
table to acknowledge that Rob's figured out a toughie. That's what I say. I mean, one of the things that makes billiards beautiful to play is this kind of problem-solving, almost chess on wheels type nature of the game. I know in the UK when there's a break in play that players all start playing chess. There's quite a cohort of guys that definitely does not include me, who are very fine chess players as well as being billiards players.
Peter, I don't know if you've noticed, but they're not actually on wheels.
The chess pieces?
The
Are they
players.
not? Okay,
You
right.
describe this as chess on wheels.
Yes,
No,
okay.
No wheels involved.
No wheels involved, but there
No-
are some balls on the
No
table.
chess pieces either.
No chess pieces, okay. So are these guys not the knights of the game?
There's no clock, no shot clock in billiards.
Yeah.
Sheriff can take as much time as he like, and Rob, in a sense, doesn't care because in a time game this could be considered time wasting, but
Yes.
in points up, the clock is irrelevant. So he's just got a big dilemma of what to do. He'd like to play safe. He's thinking about where they might end up.
But he's also torn. He's only 96 points from the end. He's thinking any opening, if I can get an opening here, I can close this thing out. And it's a bit like the same pressure in snooker when you're leading and you just want a ball. You just want the blue ball or the pink ball. You say, well, I've really got to take that opportunity when I get it. Now, does he have the opportunity now? I don't think so.
I think what he's thinking about is just pushing the white towards his left side cushion as we look at it, try and leave
Well,
that ball on the cushion.
He's got a lot of respect for Rob as a potter, though.
No, the pot won't be on, but
Well,
he's thin.
Paul Cosgrove last night described Rob pulling out an unbelievable stun pot to get an opening to close out the match. So
He's trying to pot the white down the end here. Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying. He's got very, very, very close, and that's a good shot.
Yeah.
That's a good shot.
So he has really tossed the problem back to Rob Hall now.
Rob has to try and play a sort of a screw cannon off of the yellow if he's going to attack this. And heaven knows what sort of a safety he might try and play.
He's not angled on the yellow, is he?
No, I don't think so. But that would have been a very good shot to wrangle him though. On
Sure.
the
Well, he played it at a pace where there was a possibility.
Oh, gee, that was a good result.
Well, I think he played
That
that.
was a good result. Well, you can't say that he didn't play it, but gee, that was a tremendous result. So big bonus there for Rob Hall.
So-
Just a lovely shot. Bit of drag. He doesn't want to pop the red on. He's avoided the red, but he's left it very close to the pocket. So
So
fascinating.
SOURAV can get
exchange
up and
there.
down here on this, and I think he'll have to attack the red. He knows that Rob will score from here. So, I mean, up and down the table.
I think he's looking at this. And
No.
he's just going back into ball slowly.
Yes, he is.
So
So he's done the calculation that Rob needs 255. What are the odds of him making 255? Okay, he's got an opening shot, but can he close it out? Probably not.
We can't see this very well, but I think this
Well, that's...
done that well. That's a good shot.
Well, he has. I mean, he was trying to move the yellow back out into the middle at the same time,
He's
but
given himself a pretty good angle there. If he can catch this thin enough to bring the white, no, it's not on. Oh, that's a bonus. Very, very inventive. That, and he's got a good result. He's got the red out in play, and he's got it in off the yellow. So two good results in a row. $250 needed still. I hope everybody up at the Araval Club is enjoying this live stream of the final of the Pacific International. Tremendous support from the Araval Club in providing this venue down here, just a couple of 100 metres from the main club. They've been great supporters of Billiards and Snooker since the inception of what was then the Araval Workers Club in the early 20th century, and they do a great job in helping to ensure that the conditions provided for this championship are as good as they can be. A bit of a Simon Skerry there. Didn't get the right contact on the red, but turned around and had a thin in off the yellow. So so far so good. Yeah, that's a good shot. It's a bit of a disaster. He's left that short. That is not good.
So screwing off red or red cushion yellow.
We know what Joe Manici would play. Joe Manici would play the cannon off the red and the side cushion every single day of the week.
Yes. A bit harder on these slidey cushions. He wants that out. It's not going to come out
Caught
yet.
the jaws, and that didn't come out. So it's actually a bad shot because he shouldn't be going anywhere near the jaws.
Pot oppo.
Yep. With great authority.
Yeah. Wants to be high on this so he can tap it back. That'll do. Doesn't want to leave them too close together. I doubt that SOURAV would attack it anyway, but doesn't want to leave them too close together.
Well, he doesn't want to leave them too close together, and he doesn't. That's quite good.
Yeah, it's hard to get at that. So he's also left an in off, and generally it's better to leave an in off because you can manipulate your cue ball and makes the shot easier, but also you can get the red to almost anywhere on the table from where Rob has left himself. So you can sit.
Here's the puzzle for SOURAV. He's just looking at that in off of Rob's and trying to work out where on the table is the best place for his ball.
Yeah, just inside the borg area is the answer. Like that. Wants it close to the rail so he can't get in off here. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's good.
Very,
So,
very
but,
good.
you know,
Rob could actually hit it out here if he wanted to, if he elected to, but he won't.
He went very close to doing exactly
Yeah.
that, Peter. Well
Yeah.
read. Very, very close indeed.
Well, if he did that, you know, he risked knocking the red back into bork, and he
as
wouldn't
long
have
as the
taken
white
that
came
chance.
out,
Yeah.
that wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
If one of them was out, it was fine.
Yes. So I mean, this is a really good example. The last half hour has been an example of the kind of puzzle-solving nature of billiards.
Yeah, very good match play. I mean, in this little last 20 minutes or so, Rob's
Yep.
just been chipping away at the lead. It doesn't require any century breaks and huge heroics.
Oops.
But,
Oops. That's a big error when he's got the balls in good position. I mean, that's a standard shot that really every player, including the mugs at this tournament, should have made.
Yes and no. It was a bit wide. He could have easily gone the other side, but chose to go that side for positional reasons. Actually, that's a bit of a problem here. Difficult problem. The pot red is on, but he doesn't like it.
Well, there's an opportunity to move the balls anyway, isn't there?
Oh,
Yep, that'll work.
oh,
Oh, I caught the jaw sadly in the with the white ball, so it stayed in ball. By rights, it should have come out, but been a bit unlucky there.
he's got a big ball up in the corner there, though.
He does have a big ball, and David means by that it's close to the corner, so there's 3 or 4 ways he could approach it. The white in the corner is almost unmissable, either direct off the cushion, off the other cushion, off 2 cushions. It's a big fat ball. Oh, still missed the big fat ball. And has dropped them together.
Oh, yes,
But he's lined them up.
He's lined them
up.
Oh, that is
Well, this one's on off 2 cushions, so
difficult to avoid the kiss, though.
you're difficult to avoid the kiss.
Yeah, no, this is no snack.
No.
Well, the rubs of the green have gone both ways in this match. There's been a couple of times where it went SOURAV's way, then back. Rob had a couple of
I
lucky
can
breaks.
tell you that Peter Gilchrist would be playing it off the top cushion.
Yeah, well,
He'd find the half ball off the top cushion.
Ooh, thin enough.
what a great shot at pace. At pace. So that's left now perfect
Yeah, that was a
red
good shot,
position.
that. Good shot, that. He had the chance too, if he caught that a little bit thicker, of getting the cannon off two cushions. But the main thing he did was make sure that he didn't hit the yellow into the red. That was a very fine shot. Very good shot indeed. This one less so.
Yes. So a bit close to the cushion here. So difficult.
It should be a bread and butter shot, one cushion cannon. But
Yeah.
the pressure of this final makes it
Yeah.
just that little bit more difficult.
Red cushion cannon. Yeah, and he actually had the cushion slide working for him there, so should have made it even easier. Now this is a pocket that SOURAV missed a basic shot into about an hour ago.
That was at quite a slow pace. I think he's going to hit this one hard. I think he's going to screw this out to leave a cannon here. I think he'll be hitting this quite hard.
Do you?
Yep. Screw towards the middle of the table.
Well, there you go.
I was wrong.
Same again. Well, I thought he was going to just stay the half ball line.
Yeah,
or
I
a little
thought he was
wide.
going to finish too wide if he played it like that.
Well, bear in mind how wide you can make these. I mean, these guys have been making as standard, not screw shots, but above centre
Awesome,
strikes
yeah.
from the balk, from the balk line, from the balk intersection
Ooh, that
to
was
the side cushion.
kiss there could have been quite smelly, but that worked out all right. Can he get this cannon?
Wide cannon,
Looks wide.
looks wide,
No. Off the red.
in off the
I
red.
think it's a good shot here. He's got to take the red to the side cushion to bring it over the middle.
Yeah, this isn't easy. He's got to get the pace right.
Yeah, he
So he's played it.
played
Double
it in and
strength.
out of balk. Yeah, that's safer.
Yeah, it is.
It's a good shot.
So the right shot's actually the longing off, which he plays. Got a club play. Oh, and misses. But it was a harder shot. I mean, the easy shot was the cannon, but most of your club players would have played the cannon. But you can see from the position that he would have been left. He would have been fine.
May have been a fraction hasty on that one. Wrong
Yeah,
ball.
he was. He got down pretty quick.
Oh, bonus.
Yep, bonus.
Bonus.
Oh,
double
bonus.
Double
Double,
bonus.
triple bonus. Drop cannon position.
Double bonus. And yet again, the rub of the green swings back the other way.
And white's in absolutely ideal position.
Ugh.
Made a hash of that. Made a hash of that.
He hammered that.
He did. Oh, I don't want to predict what he's thinking here.
Cannon off the side wall, you would think. No, direct.
Direct.
Good shot.
Yeah.
Might get another bonus here. Yeah, he has.
Not really. It's
That's a
not
simple enough cannon.
Yeah, but it's separating them.
I think you can choose to put the red either over the corner or the middle, depending on where they are.
So 85 points to go for SOURAV. Okay.
So here's a dilemma.
Yep.
Pot red in the side, not easy. Could pot white and double ball. That
He could.
wouldn't be the silliest idea.
No, but except that you've got an opportunity to win, and you don't want to die wondering later on if you could have won by running out. I think, well, it's a question of courage at this stage, isn't it?
it's a question of sense, a question of playing the odds, Peter. And the odds are that I'd say that pot is, even for a great player like him, is at this stage of the match, 50-50 proposition. Position isn't automatic.
I think he's stronger
That's a
pot
pot.
than that.
Well, okay, 60-40 then, but 70-30. But
Yeah, it's not a given.
but the double book is 100%.
Yes, it is.
Oh, you hammered it in. What good
You
shot.
did. So he said, "Okay, here's my chance. I'm going
He
to take my
certainly-
chance.
He certainly took the bit between his teeth. That was
Yep.
great.
Got to make another good pot to sit the half ball line on the red here."
He's not looking at the pot,
Well,
but he has
should
to.
be. He should be. That's
He
the only
is.
shot he's got.
He is now.
Yeah. I think he's... What? He's playing screwing off with reverse side.
Mhm.
Wow. Wrong shot. Wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, he's such a strong potter off the spot. He's missed a handful in the last week. He just won the Lance Panel snooker. I mean, it was a pot off the spot to sit the half ball line coming back.
And he just potted a tremendous pot,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
shot
yeah,
before.
yeah.
So perhaps you're able to
He
sneak
thinks he can get in off
this.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
He
Yeah,
can.
Yeah.
Off the
Like that
cushion first, of
cushion
course.
first. He would have liked that to have gone a bit further.
Still all right, off one cushion. So playing this with drag to slow everything down a bit, keep them together. Flicks it just right. Oh, maybe not.
There's another twist in the tail here.
They're just not coming exactly right for either player, but it makes for fascinating watching.
Oh, no, he had room. So that's
He
all
did
right.
have room.
Oh, that's worked
So
out well.
left a half ball or less than half ball in off into the middle. So in control here, so he's comfortably in shape. That could have stopped a little shorter for an in-off, but he's got a long cannon which will leave the red for a pot next. Unless, of course, something else goes wrong.
There's a few things that can go wrong with this.
It's all about pace, though,
That's
isn't
nice. That's nice. One of the things that can go wrong is if you hit it a bit thick and put the red on the top cushion. But he's played that. He's played that well.
it? Yeah.
He's having to think about.
So it looks like the
next bit.
yellow might be obscuring the line of pot into the other corner pocket. So he has to think that through. He has to be over this side of the table. He can only pot the red into one pocket here.
Oh, it's okay. Okay.
Big bounce, big bounce. No, it doesn't get it, but he's got a check side in off. That's okay. Or is it a cannon?
No, it's a cannon because the yellow.
Because the yellow's on
the
the
yellow
line.
being in the way of the pot is also on the way of it. In
Yeah.
the way of the in-off. Anyway, he's in business.
So really needs to at least get to SOURAV's score here. I mean, SOURAV's only 78 away from the finish line, so any good opening here can be decisive.
Oh,
That's awful. That's awful. Oh, wasn't a bad shot. It was just a bad result. You know, it was just rubber the green again. Bloody hell.
well, the only cannon is off the red here.
Yeah.
So he's got to play a deep screw with the long stuff.
Yeah,
No picnic. And then
I can't see a viable shot from here. I mean, there are 10% chances and 20% chances, but would he consider a safety here?
Well, easy safety's on. You can just chip the red, play a snooker safety on the black and chip the red over the thing. I think he'll have a go at this.
And he's playing side as if he's playing for it. Yep, well
That's
played.
slow, played it well. Yeah, it's worked out very well for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, his only option now is pot up over a double walk. He's not going to be attempting anything
It's,
outrageous.
yeah, I think you're right. But
24.
smack this double walk.
No, I mean,
He's gotta play it
the ball
12
can
feet,
drift off.
12 feet and slow. He just needs to get a good result here. He needs to hit that.
Let's see off this side of
Oh,
the
he
ball.
couldn't have hit that better. That's beautiful.
Well, he could have it. The red could have been further
No,
over.
no, that's ideal. You just run through the red. That's fine.
I don't think SOURAV will attack this.
We don't always agree, Peter, but we never disagree.
No, sometimes we do disagree as well. I don't think you'll attack this. Do you think you'll attack this?
12 foot. He's going to attack.
No, he's not. He's Indian.
And that's why you're the director of referees and I'm a player, Paul Cosgrove. Oh, I'm sorry, he's the director of the tournament director. He's been promoted.
Have a look where he put it.
Yeah.
That was an attempted safety shot.
No, that's
No,
what
that's
he
all
meant.
right.
That's what he meant. The issue here is if Rob has a crack at the cannon off the yellow.
Yeah. Yeah.
The obvious shot
And
for
you
Rob
would.
here is to run through and off the red and put the red out in front of the balk line. Straightforward. But-
Except that the opportunity to move the yellow out as well has presented itself.
So the other opportunity is a thin cannon, finish cannon off the yellow back towards the red, which is a big ball that's about a little bit off the cushion there.
Yeah.
So he's got a couple of ways of fitting it direct or off the cushion, and that will
Promote the red to the
promote.
pocket and pull the yellow out of ball.
absolutely.
Yeah. But he seems to be taking a bit of time over this.
I think he's having a break.
Oh, right, okay.
I think they're all having a break. I think everyone except us is having a break.
Yeah, that's right. Viewers, go and make yourself a cup of tea. You could have a break as well. Dave and I'll just keep working away here. Surely we're on overtime by now.
So Rob's just gone out, wipes down his cue, has a bit of a think, looks at this run through. He's committed
He's
to
got
the
one
run
of
through.
these little cue pouches in the front of his pants there, which I always think look appalling.
It's gone a little bit further than he would have liked, but it's okay.
So long and off into the
Yeah, would've-
top pocket.
He would have preferred that to stay for a
Yep.
middle pocket loser.
Bring it around off a couple of cushions into the middle of the
Missed
table and missed it. I mean, that's those long losers are very missable. Everybody misses those.
And he might have got away with this. It's pretty thin, this cannon.
Yep. So 78 for SOURAV and 179 for Rob.
Let's catch this thin. Not an easy shot. This. It looks pretty narrow on our screen. We can't always see the angle accurately because of the foreshortening effect of the
Cameras.
cameras. But,
Yep. Played slow. How
too
interesting.
thin. Ooh, we might have covered that up.
Don't think he has. I think he's left the in-off red angle.
We shall find out.
We shall find out.
That
But if he has, this is a very useful opening for Rob. Two balls in the middle of the table,
Yep.
about to go to hand.
Playing
so he
that
can
slow
settle
was a
anyway.
very aggressive shot.
It was a very aggressive shot.
mm.
A very aggressive
Very
shot.
courageous.
And, relying upon the
I think
upon the
Rob's got,
table.
I
at
think
slow
Rob's got a
speed.
problem here.
You think he can't reach the red?
I think he can sit. Possible. I'm just speculating here. I think he might be able to see to pot it.
Yes,
not-
you were right. He
but
couldn't
not-
get to
not
the
to go in off it.
couldn't get to the in-off angle. The in-off
So-
was the much preferable shot there.
Definitely, and yet another rub of the green which goes SOURAV's way. There's been plenty both ways, but in the last 20 minutes they've probably advantaged
So
SOURAV. in
run
that
through with
regard.
check side.
Skinny, I think. I'm not sure what he's doing. Maybe he's potting it. Can't work it out.
He's potting it.
He's potting it. Good shot.
Gee, brave
Good
shot.
shot.
Yeah.
Good shot.
So 3 pots. Come up to the middle. That's okay because
Take it
that's
outside,
where the
please.
opponent's ball is anyway. So
I think you just screw this back for a cannon. I don't think you'd want to be playing a huge deep screw off this one. So just screw back to the side cushion.
well, he's sizing up Sam angle, but he appears to be sizing up the in off the wide angle.
Pretty straight. He's pretty straight on that red.
Hmm. Okay, came all the way across, but really looking at that angle off the white now.
I think so.
Yep, changed his mind. He was originally hunting that one, but now he's...
No, Peter, you changed your mind.
No, I didn't change my mind.
I think that's a shot he always intended to play.
Okay, you could be right. It's hard to know. Neither of us will
Neither
know.
of us, how could we know?
Yeah, we can't know. So is he playing this thin to chip it behind the spot?
He is. Yeah, he's
Oh, don't sit on the spot. No, that's pretty good, I think. Would have preferred it over this side because that's where the red is. You can only put the red into this side pocket. So in the ideal world, the white would have been on this side of the red spot, on the right side of the red spot as we look at it, but still eminently workable.
I think it's covering the spot, which is why he's looking at this angle for the...
He's either looking at the thick cannon angle, red to white, or else, as David said, the white is occupying the billiard spot, so the red would go on the pyramid spot, what a snooker player might call the pink spot, in which case he's sizing up the cannon angle.
There's another possibility we'll discover in a moment. He's going to have a...
There's the other possibility is that he'll wipe his glasses and his hands. Yes, I was right. I predicted one correctly. For a change.
The absolutely critical point here. SOURAV just cleaning his glasses,
Yep.
just composing himself. He needs to play a
62
good shot
away.
here. He's either got to hit this, just making sure that...
Yep,
he can
62
see.
points away from the trophy. Both balls playable. Does not want to make a mistake. So, I mean, that's not a good angle to be sizing up that gathering cannon from.
I can't actually work out what he's looking at there.
Well, I think he's looking at the
The red must
run-through
spot.
cannon.
I think
the red must spot. That's
The
what
red
I'm
must spot,
saying.
and he's
Yeah.
looking at that angle.
He's looking at that
Where-
run-through cannon
where
angle.
best, where best to be placed for the next shot.
Yeah, that tells you that the red spots.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
So he was sizing up the
Okay,
run-through
yeah,
cannon
yeah.
angle. Now, pace is critical here.
Mhm.
Absolutely critical. Very good.
okay. A fraction overcooked. but,
Maybe,
that's what
yes.
I have to do.
So 57 points to get. Got them at loose top now. Doesn't need a balk line crossing. So cannon from underneath now, promote the red towards the corner pocket.
Six.
Knocks it up to the line with the red spot. So now he comes up high, plays a cannon back to gather the balls a little closer.
29.
On and off the cushion with the white.
31.
Now he's got them tight. Barring mishaps, this is a winning position.
34.
Pointing out something about the spot there. He wants Garvin to just calm the spot, stroke the nap the right way. Really should win from here. 36 to go.
5. Seven.
Both of these players, David, have been great supporters of our involvement here in Australia. Both visited this country multiple times.
Indeed, Peter, SOURAV's probably been here to Melbourne at least half a dozen times, if not
Yeah.
more. And Rob's been here plenty of times as well. So
Yes.
it's great to see them, these world-class players.
Yes.
Rob, the world number 2 in SOURAV, former world champion, out here playing. And playing so well. This has been a very high standard final and an enthralling
Contest.
Final.
Yeah.
Enthralling contest.
60.
18 to go.
Three.
Just a slight wrinkle here.
Yeah, he's going to come up a little high now, isn't he?
He's got to go to the middle.
Okay. Still,
There's a slight difficulty here because of the white being in postman's knock position. He's got to. That's pretty good.
Yep.
6 to win.
2.
and this the winning red pot. Yes. What a great result. Two very, very, very fine players.
And so our 2022 Pacific International Billiards champion is SOURAV KOTHARI from India,
Thank you very much,
beating
ladies and
Rob
gentlemen.
Hall from England,
We're
1530.
going to repair from here
1500
up
to
to the Aero Club at
1321. So
135 Stephen
thank you all
Street.
for watching.
When
Thank
you
you, Peter
arrive, there will
Tankard.
be
Thank you,
For
David.
commentary. Thank you, Dan Lynch of CueballTV for your beautiful production work, all the equipment and the expertise that you bring to this, bringing really high-class billiards coverage to everyone out there. We all hope you enjoyed it, and we'll be back on Tuesday for the final of the Australian National Billiards Championship, which continues, starts tomorrow and concludes on Tuesday. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan.
With the two players.